we don't see the change before us. Don't have answers. We operate in the fight of life. We operate in a sense of desperation. And a lot of times we don't see the change before us. Don't have answers. We operate in the fight of life. We operate in a sense of desperation. And a lot of times we don't see the change before us.
Yes, Nagusa Salam. Welcome in, everyone. Welcome once again. Welcome to another Thursday evening. This is the 29th of May 2025, and we're here for another wonderful session. Glad to have everyone here with us, and looking forward to a great evening. And right now, um, we'll have our Sergeant of Arms, Ras Daniel, will open us up with a prayer.
Yes,
Sergeant, if
sir.
that's you. Okay, yes, sir.
Yes, sir. Give thanks, President. Give thanks, members. Give thanks to all the I and I that's with us in the heart, with us in the mind. We give thanks to the Most High, Eli, Selassie, Kadamawi. We give thanks. Yes, sir. We give thanks for this light, for this love, life, light, liberation. For I am that I am. I am love. I am life. I am light. I am liberation. I am that I am. And I am that we are. And we give thanks to the Almighty, the great Creator. Yes, sir. The one for adoration. We give thanks. We give thanks for being able to be here on this light, on this night, on this time, whichever we are, Father Time, Mother Nature. We give thanks for this presence, to be in the present together. I and I faith. I and I to give thanks for we the black peoples of the world. We give thanks to be able to have a place that we could build, grow, learn, and use our efforts to collectively protect ourselves from annihilation. We give thanks. We're grateful. We ask that all our and our strength, all our and our errors are putting good tidings on this evening, be able to use as a force to go against the forces against us. For we know in order to be the force, we must put an equal or greater force against it. So we give thanks. Yes, sir. Hallelujah. We ask that all these meetings and all these things that we do going into our DNA and they transferring and they go into our future generations to understand and overstand that we have a purpose. We ask that everything that we learn falls on good soil. We ask that all our efforts is used to help uplift others and to shine light on this earth, to represent ourselves, uprightness and integrity. So we give thanks to be able to have this place. The Most High Apakaduce, Gedamari, Kadamari, Haile Selassie, Sim, Ixabir, ordain this Constitution and give us thanks, to give us power, to give us a hand in the forces. So we give thanks again. We ask again that all our efforts shine. All the ones that can't make it here tonight with us in the present, we know they with us in the irate. And we give thanks for that. And we give thanks for all the ones that we shall lead to. And we ask that we're ready to be able to be servants and to be of service of the Most High at all times and to be able to be of need and to be able to represent the EWF, Local 49, Mahel Safari, the highest standards in ourselves for the first most and the utmost. So we heal ourselves, heal our family, heal our community, heal our nation. So we give thanks for the process and we give thanks in the Most High, Abakadus, Gedamari, Kadamari, Haile Selassie, Siem, Ixabir. Yes, sir. Hallelujah. Sila, Sila, Sila. Yes, sir. Ashe. Give thanks, Chair.
Yes, sir. Give thanks. All right, welcome once again. That's a quick little introduction as to some things we got going on. So we've been talking about getting ready for the spring. Spring is rolled out. We've been doing our thing for the spring, and we got some more stuff. Summertime is rolling in, and we got a few events that will be being held this summer in some different places to celebrate. And we also have some fundraising initiatives as well. So first one over here on the left, we got the Black History 365, which is something we are going to be hosting in Harlem, New York. We haven't have the dates yet, but it's coming soon, so look out for that. Another thing we got going on, we have the raffle for tickets to South Africa for the convention. Tickets is just $50. All the information right here as to how to put in your bid to get the raffle ticket, and you can win a ticket to South Africa, over to Cape Town, or receive 1,500 USD for just $50. So spread this around to your friends, spread this around to your family. It's on WhatsApp, it's on the wall, it's on Facebook, it's on Instagram. If you see it, just pass it along. And we'll put it in the chat as well for us. Another thing we do also have is the Savannah Black Market. This is our first event. We have a local member who is doing this. This will be in Georgetown, Savannah. So if anybody's in the area looking to do vending, look out for that, and we'll be bringing some updates about that event as well. This is one of our initiatives to work with our local members to get our network moving, get our people into economics, and get an opportunity for everyone. So we have vendor spots open. If you know anybody in the area who would like to be a vendor, let them know they could come on down. And it'd be a great thing to join in. And then we have our Shea Butter Initiative. We on the case right now of getting some new shea butter. So definitely inquire with us about getting you a piece of the butter, and we'll let you know how we can get that to you. And if you are versed in doing trading with the continent or have any connections with those, where we can work together, please let us know. Check us out our email, check out our secretary, or just let us know into the chat. And a couple other things we got going on as well. So we got one of the latest books from our minister, Ross Lazarus, Foreign Affairs Minister, called Temple Bidding, book 10. This evening the topic is dealing with temple building. So definitely check this out when you have a chance. It's on Amazon and it's at a great rate. They have it as paperback and also as a a PDF as well, or Kindle. And we also got Conscious Night coming up over on June 7th. We got our Sergeant of Arms with the Conscious Hip Hop Night for the Black Moses Festival in South Carolina. So look out for that if you're in the area, anybody in the area that looking to have a good time, listen to conscious music and get into that era. We got that going on June 7th. So that's coming up pretty soon. Pretty soon. We also got our story from Local 49 Tees. This also helps with the local as well, and spread the message, the positive message to change the world. All right, there's a few things we got. We got a few things coming up. We also got vegan, vegan and friends every Wednesday in Atlanta with our brother Kamari. And we also got our brother over there at Vegan Dreams with Ras Isis. We've been posting out some new plates of the day, been looking very yummy. So if you're in the Atlanta area, please check that out. Please check that out. All right. So give thanks. I will hand the floor over to the minister, Ras Lazarus, and he'll take us on this journey this evening. Give thanks. Bless the Lord.
Yes, I. Give thanks, give thanks, give thanks. The journey, the travels that all of us are committed to in these times. It's the travel of our life. It's what we were born for. And in these travels, we are tried, we are taught, but sometimes we perceive the trying as losing and suffering. But then there is to be tried, is to be purified, is to be placed in fire. To be tried is to be purified, is to be placed in the fire. Now, that statement could go two ways. One group of people can take the metaphysical and see it as a statement of life, of being tried in life. And that trials in life are the purifying key. Another group of people can take that statement and means that we all must be tried through fire. And then they can teach people to walk through fire so that they can say that they ascended to that purified level. Now, one group of people are walking on fire, hot fire coals, and they're attributing it to a spiritual elevation. Another group of people say those people are pagan. They're walking on fire. They're foolish. What is wrong with them? Savages. The question would be, who is right? Is there a right in that equation? Is there a bigger story in that equation? Would we simplify to the comfortabilities of life in which we endeavor? Or would we become biased and say, if you can't lay down on fire or walk on fire, you haven't come to God? Another people say, well, if you haven't let go of those pagan ways, then you haven't come to God. Who is right? Who is wrong? See, the constructs in which we develop right and wrong, do they belong to us? Are they the constructs of an ancient Ethiopian mind? Are they the constructs of obtaining a value in a system that has been defined by conquest, war, domination, oppression, rape, murder? In the basis of that, there's an intricate story in the world. There's a new story, and there's an old story. There are those who may overstand old stories, but can't see the new story. There are those that don't see the old story, but can feel the new story. Who is right? Who is wrong? What is better? What is the loss of the faith? What is the gaining of the faith? And in those aspects, we must take this journey to find a clarity, because these are thoughts that hinder our development, our solidarity, our unity, and the very essence of our self-determination. The very essence of our self-determination. I will start by first reading a statement by His Imperial Majesty. In fact, tonight we'll read two statements by His Imperial Majesty. Courage. The application of force in the settlement of disputes between states. The insurance of human rights and fundamental freedoms for all without distinction as to race, sex, language, or religion, and the safeguard of international peace and security. But these too, as were the phrases of the covenant, are only words. Their value depends wholly on our will. Observe and honor them, and give them content, and meaning. The preservation of peace and the guaranteeing of man's basic freedom and rights require courage and eternal vigilance. Courage to speak and act, and if necessary, to suffer and die for truth and justice. Eternal vigilance that the last transgression of international morality shall not go undetected and unremedied. These lessons must be learned anew by each succeeded generation. And that generation is fortunate indeed, which learns from others than its own bitter experience. Observe and honor. Give them content and meaning. Human rights, the fundamental freedoms for all without distinction. Without distinction. Courage to speak and act, if necessary, to suffer and die for truth and justice. Eternal vigilance that the last, see, not don't miss none of them. Get all of them to the very last. That the last transgression of international morality shall not go undetected, meaning you must contest all of it. You mustn't let none of it go unremedied, without a remedy. It's unremediated. That's what they say. I don't know why the word changes. Unremediated or unremedied. These lessons must be learned anew by the succeeded generations. It's so important. And the reality of this is the very topic that we're talking about. The safeguard. See, we must be the keepers of the oneness, not the division, not the claims of superiority, but the claims of divine love that bind us all. That divine love will safeguard international peace. It will protect the fundamental freedoms and human rights, regardless of race, sex, religion. And it will be an eternal vigilance. We'll have courage to speak and to act. See, sometimes I always want to get online and I want to say something and I want to fuss at the people. And I sit there and I say, well, how do I do that? How would I do that? And why would I do it? And what people would I fuss at? The reason, now we could take this how we want to, and I'm open for a discussion on this. The reason there is Congo, war in the Congo. The reason there is war in Palestine. The reason there is war throughout the world still, under what we call these new colonial agendas. It all falls back on the blacks in America. Ooh, ooh. That's a hard one for a lot of people to take. But it all falls back on the blacks, the indigenous peoples in the Americas. Now, we could say around the world in a sense, but in the biggest part, it falls on us. The reality of the words His Majesty said, eternal vigilance, that the last transgression of international morality shall not go undetected and unremedied. Meaning you got to challenge them all. But if you're sitting here in America saying, I'm a citizen, I'm happy, we got the greatest country in the world. We good. I don't know about y'all, but we good over here. We are the people who have justified the continuance of colonial rule under a new standing of law in which we say is citizenship, it's democracy. We're part of a democratic country, but we're part of a transgression of international morality that has not been checked, has not been remedied. We ain't did nothing but accept the rulership of our enslavers and colonizers under different titles, thereby making all European colonial powers feel that the terminology of saying, well, we're going to provide you a democratic society. So you have to accept us as bringing the rules of law to you. But yeah, we're exploiting you. Yes, we're oppressing you. But see, America, it's democratic. The blacks over there, they love it. They're good. You should be as grateful that we'll do the same for you. So where are the justification of neocolonialism? America is stolen land. Thieves who are part of the family of thieves still govern the theft of the stolen land. And we agree with them saying they're democratic now. So we have not challenged the immorality of the theft of land and the killing of millions of people under the papal bull doctrine. And we hold to a government that says that its authority today is still derived from the papal bull doctrine. So we haven't had courage to speak and act and suffer and die for truth and justice. We have cowered under the veil of comfortability. Oh, they in Africa, they got flies on them. They suffering, they hungry. We got civilization and modernization over here in America. I don't want to go to Africa. So we reject it. It's generations of programming it till today. Many people don't even want to be connected to Africa. So when we look at things like Palestine, Congo, Libya, everywhere. It's our silence. It's our failure to have courage, to speak, to act. And the seriousness of this is not seen. That's why a lot of times in organizations such as ours, maybe EWF, UNIA, Nation of Islam, people join, but it hasn't come to a reality of what they are here to do. You know, it's so serious. We had a discussion one day, and it went to, why are we afraid? What justifies us not to act in our psyche? Why are we not in a rush to save our children? You know, like if you've seen your child in the water drowning, you're going to immediately jump in and provide assistance. You're not going to throw your child a sandwich and say, you know, just be comfortable, enjoy, you know, but yeah, you're going to drown out here. You ain't going to do it. You're going to jump in. But in the reality of handing our next generations over to a system, but that's what we do. We hand the next generation over to the system. We enroll our children into school. We register them in everything they say register them in. And we hand the next generation over to a system. We've been in denial for many years of agendas of this system. Some of it did not become apparent until the last 5 years for most people. Now they are paying attention. Now they're looking and saying, oh, man, in the 80s and the 90s, they got us with that. I didn't see that then. I just, oh, man. They're realizing things that they normalized was like a state of, like they were in a sedated state, a dream state, trying to fit in because it looked like it was a vast ocean and there was nowhere to go. But today, the world has seemed to have not shrunk, but become extensive to us. We're more aware of the diabolical plans that go on in Africa under the guise of this system. We realize a lot of years we've participated in saying what's wrong with Africa instead of seeing that there was somebody making sure something went wrong with Africa. So His Majesty says the application of force and settlements of disputes between states the assurance of human rights and fundamental freedoms for all without distinction as to race, sex, language, or religion, and the safeguard of international peace and security. But these two, as were the phrase of the covenant, are only words. Even in our Ethiopian World Federation's constitution, the call to solidarity, unity, and self-determination, they are only words. Their value depends wholly on our will to observe and honor them and give them content and meaning. The preservation of peace and guaranteeing of man's basic freedom and rights requires courage and eternal vigilance. Vigilance. Are we vigilant against ourselves? Are we vigilant against ourselves? Would I allow a construct of religion? And let's redefine religion tonight. Religion is communication with higher powers or the higher power. So if it is communication, that means the language may vary, but the intent is the same. The language may vary, but the intent is the same. Peace be unto you. Assalamu alaikum. Shalom. Islam. Hotel. Peace. So the indifferences that we allow to divide us are merely constructs of languages, communication over time. In my days, I could have gone to a payphone and communicated. The youth today won't know nothing about no payphone. All they know is cell phone. Communications changed, but the intent is the same. So the greatest weapon used against our solidarity, our unity, is division through religion. Do anyone disagree? We have it to a level today, and we are engineered on multiple levels. The mental programming of division through religion, then a capitalistic construct a devaluation of humans and a value system put on them based on materialistical achievements and goals. So, infrastructure, a barrier program, has been implanted to stop the unity, the solidarity. Some people will see that you have a good plan, but because of religion, they will feel that you will raise the construct of what you believe in if they support it, and it will benefit you. And they don't want to benefit. They want to benefit, but they don't want to benefit you or benefit the movement, because they would choose to see that something can take us forward, but our indifferences will outweigh the intent. Now, I want to use an allegory to speak on that. And then we're going to go into some science to unravel that. If the intent is flowing freely and the heart is light as a feather, it's like throwing a feather in a river. It's going to float along the way. But if the intent has become enclosed and weighed down by another pretense, it's like tossing a rock into the river. It's not going to go forward. It's going down to the bottom till it unballs and maybe floats up. That's a person. So when we say our goal is to move in this journey to accomplish the mission and to move forward, then we have to look at the things that allow us to have that heart that's open, that sees the oneness and is open to the oneness. With that, I will read one more statement by His Majesty. And then we will begin. Leadership. Leadership does not mean domination. The world is always well supplied with people who wish to rule and dominate others. The true leader is a different sort. He seeks effective activity which has truly beneficent purpose. He inspires others to follow in his wake and hold aloft the torch of wisdom, leads the way for society to realize a genuinely great aspirations. Learning and technical training must be nurtured by faith in God, reverence for the human soul, and respect for the reasoning mind. There is no safer anchorage for our learning, our lives, and our actions than that provided by divine teachings, coupled with the best in human understanding. The leaders developed here should be guided by the fundamental values and the moral power which have for centuries constituted the essence of our religious teachings. These are crucial times when nations rise against nations, tensions increase, and disaster is possible at any moment. Distance are shrinking. Peace and life itself are threatened by misunderstanding and conflict. Now is the time when man's relationship to God must be the foundation for all his efforts towards enlightenment and learning the basis for understanding, cooperation, and peace. Peace be unto you. The intent still the same. Peace be unto you. Technical training. So we are not here to take anyone off of their religious foundation, but only to help add to it so that we may learn to technically build in oneness and not see each other through division, but see each other through the knowledge and wisdom of our ancestors, the knowledge and wisdom that shows us we are one. Your story is my story. It is our story. So we'll begin. Well, what I'll do is I'll open the floor for it before we start with this video and start addressing our topic for tonight, certain star knowledge unity. Floor is open if anyone would like to say something before we go into this video. Floor is open. I did raise the statement about us in the United States being responsible for Palestine, Congo, Ethiopia, and all around the world. We must contest to the last transgression. We must bring remedy to the last transgression, as the orders of His Imperial Majesty, Haile Selassie, Jah Rastafari. Floor is open.
Yes, family greetings, Nagusa Salam. Yes, right. Can you further clarify the statement that the people black people in America are responsible for all of the situations going on around the world? Could you further clarify that?
Yes, definitely.
Thanks.
When we allow the wrongdoer to reclassify themselves and we join in with the reclassification, we don't speak the truth, we don't speak for justice. We took the rapist and the rapist said, no, I was preparing you for life because God needed me to do this to you. Now I will give you a democracy. So don't call me a rapist no more. And I'll give you jobs and you'll have the best in the world. Let's just say that. And you won't have to suffer. You'll still be here to live under our benefits. And we support the reclassification. Then all of the rapists around the world then start to use the reclassification because they see that the oppressed ones will accept it. So we help normalize the new neo-colonial aspects of the world. If the blacks in America said by no means whatsoever, we will not allow you to govern us, oversee over us, or nothing. We are going to operate in an emancipated people, not as a people that you now take into your authority as civil property. But once it works, the process of liberation now can be redefined, or the process of emancipation of indigenous, of Africa, can now be redefined on a certain terminology. Well, we're going to give them democracy now. Well, we don't need you to give us democracy. But if the blacks in America accept it and they say this is normalized, they are the keepers of democracy, then all of the world says, yes, we bring democracy to them. And they see it and they accept it and they know we're the best to govern. We justify that. Blacks today still say if blacks left from under the government, we would suffer. So they justify the rulership of this new neo-colonial European era. And then the neo-colonial European then feels that authority and tries to dominate the world as though it is justified. And we're not supposed to justify. We're not supposed to give it that okay. But we do. Does that help?
To the chair.
Yes, the floor is open.
That last bit you added on about us seeing these things as or allowing it to happen and thinking that's the standard on how we should live, I believe is a great due to the perception of what our autonomy and what our independence has become and what could be possible over the past few years. Um, to a degree, I agree with your statement saying that the blacks in America have an obligation to the world to undo these justices. Well, not to agree. I mean, I do agree, but I think in the in the context that we've had some of the greatest movements toward, global liberation, especially in the States. And we've had great successes, great battles, and we've altered our strategies and communications throughout time and, carried on what's been working. But in addition to that, our enemy has been doing the same thing, altering their strategies and self-sabotage, misinformation, and those tactics have been passed down while educating their own constituents into viewing themselves as the victims of our very own existence, and just expressing narcissistic behavior. So as we go on into the future, passing on this knowledge, still doing the works, it's important that our tactics and learned strategies and wins continue to be passed on. Like you said, we're the keepers of the way. We have to keep this knowledge going, especially in the realm of human rights and global collective autonomy. Those things have to be built upon, strengthened, and adjusted to go on with the times. It's an ongoing battle. And just as these things are happening in the Congo and in Palestine, other factions have taken these sort of strategies that's been using against us and applying them to other parts of the world, taking full advantage of our um, division, our lack of unity, because this oppressive racist system is unified under that guise, even if only a few benefit from it. They have the collective control over the world to do it. We're still and building the weapons to combat that. And it's just at a lesser scale in a sense. But with what His Imperial Majesty has given us with the EWF, we have the unifying key to bring, all this knowledge in, all these different factions all over the globe for, our global Black liberation and collectivism to it. It's just got to be done. So I think America is a great helm for it, but we're in a space now that so much pressure has been put on us to suppress, and other countries are feeling suppression, but it's not to the same degree. Like in Africa, they still have, a young growing population where other populations of people global is decreasing. So it's time for us to alter our strategy, not focus so much on the US alone and be insular in our struggle, but unify with our people at home and abroad, to combat this and keep going. Give thanks.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. You definitely need to do your ambassador report. Because that was a good, definitely a good build. I love that. Love that. Definitely. You know, they would never educate us to feel we had a position in world affairs. So we were emboxed in their world. We didn't have a world. We weren't world affairs. So when they take us out of that ability to see ourselves in a governing light, and I always think back to the state of the Black Union, um, Minister Farrakhan, Tavis Smiley, and many other of our educated Black leaders were on this. And Minister Farrakhan spoke on self-government. And our Black leaders, I mean, you could go back, I can't remember actually what year it was, might have been year 2000 or something like that. You just had to go back. Farrakhan, Tavis Smiley, State of the Black Union. They told him he was having a pipe dream. They laughed. This is our most highly educated Black people on the State of the Black Union. These are people who go work as a, consultant to the governments and do these programs with the colleges and study our people and talk about our people, but they couldn't see or think that there's enough of us with intelligence, because they supposed to be scholars, that we could govern ourselves. That instead of handing down to the next generations another form of captivity, we could hand them a liberated presence in the world as their own self-determination, self-governing body, so that they could be removed from under the constant oppression of the oppressor. See, they laughed. Now, the thing about this was, so this had to have been at least 2000. The Moorish sovereign movement hadn't even really, it was in ignite, but it wasn't all the way on fire. And if you go back even into 95 with the Million Man March, it still wasn't at that level of ignitement where people were speaking on sovereignty and self-government. It was a discussion, but it still was mostly held on a religious basis. So when we get to this stage now and we're looking at the world, everywhere, Hawaii, Puerto Rico, Palestine, the French colonies throughout the Isles of Africa and so forth, all are petitioning for their liberation, for self-determination. It is that era where the morality of freedom for all is the call. But the thing about that is, as above, so below, as within, so without. So the conditioning is not based on the European, it's based on ourselves. They've created a multiplicity of variables to ignite trigger components of division. Variables based on economics, variables based on religion, variables based on social status. And these variables are manipulated through our consciousness. How do we counter those variables? How do we counter that reality?
Ready, Russ? Can I come forward, Russ?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Floor's open.
Yes, I was, in terms of the Black voice or the Black American voice, I found that I don't know because I'm not in America, but I just wonder whether like this fast that went on there with Ramaphosa coming into America and on a trade mission, and then it turning into a gaslighting of white supremacy, talking about genocide of white people and all of that in Africa, the white farmers and those things. I just wonder if there's any voice being made prominent in America now about the ridiculousness of that and the evidence the evident putting down of the Black voice, because they turned it into a farce where they were making it about Black crime in South Africa, etc. When it was really about a trade mission, but they were able to turn the whole meeting at the White House into a circus. I just wonder if there's any opposition voice to that in America right now.
You've asked a question that is a great point right there to be made. because that's one of the variables in America. Under the construct of, oh, we live in the best democratic society. And Trump is racist. And so you have the black population having a variable of contention and division based on, is Trump racist? What's Trump doing? Is it hurting us or is it hurting them? And then you have the strong Democratic black woman support, Kamala. Then you have those that say, so it's the man against the woman. And they have created instinctual variables of division to tainter our mind. So people are not speaking about the attack on the black voice or the black liberation from colonial aspects. They're speaking on the divisions that have been engineered to consume us. And then it goes as far as they have started that most non-Christian blacks support Trump. Most Christian blacks support the Democratic Party. Most non-Christian blacks are radical and so forth, so they enjoy the fanatics of Trump. But the Christian Party is more for the democratic movement of the Democratic Party, and they have history as the NAACP, so they support the Democratic Party and Kamala and so forth. And so we're caught up in an illusion of pretense games given to us under a colonial construct. We played the game for 100 years and haven't seen no change. But we still keep convincing ourselves under the pretense of associating that which we're talking about with God. God gonna make it right. I got faith. What do you got faith in? Do you have faith in God? Or do you have faith that the democratic system that has been given to you by your colonizers will miraculously start to do right by you? Not faith without works and you're going to become the works and the living reality of change, but you have faith that a miracle will transform the system. Oh, I'm praying, I'm a praying person, and I know you got to change the system from within, so I'm going to go get me a job, and I'm going to work in the system, and y'all vote me in, and I build my career. But then you say, hey, you got to do something for your people. Look here, I'm in this job, and I can't be biased and just doing stuff for my people. And you trying to make me mess up my career. Now they got a career. And it's not back now, it's not about the people, it's about protecting the career. So we go through this back and forth, thereby justifying a system. General Langley, perfect example. You're a black man. You have not your own mind. You've been given a mind and an agenda of principle by the European, to the point that now you speak out against Ibrahim Toure. Your black intelligence supposed to be at the highest level, top trained black men, but you're trained for the system, not for your people. You didn't go and get this career and all this for your people, because now you're not thinking about your people. You're thinking about your position in the system. So you didn't get to that position so that you could be the one to say, no, I ain't doing that. You got to that position so you can protect that position. And that's what goes on in America. See, it's an illusion of change. They change the door guards as they make sure that they have the principle and the spirit to protect the system. A lawyer can't speak against the system. So people go and they have all these principles and arguments that they want to argue, but the bottom line, they want to be able to tell the system that the system is corrupt. A lawyer really can't do that. You can't do it. And they're not going to do it because they'll get barred. So they have to protect their career. See, so that's not an equal force. There's a greater force then. And that force has to operate within the force that they say gives them force. So they don't really have no force. See, so they say they're going to get into the system and work from the inside out. But it's not your force. If that's understood. Floor is open, floor is open. All right, let's go ahead and let's get into this. So we start off always with the universal principles. Universal principles. Universal principles. And the universal principles allows your consciousness, your heart, to be set free. Allows you to work with your brother and sister, Christian, Muslim, Yoruba, Khan, Asa, Set, whatever they may be, in love. Not in a false pretense of love and anger because they had a certain religion and you don't dig this and da da da. No, that ain't where you at. You're on a different principle now. That it protects the equality, the freedom, the truth, the justice for all. See, that's the commandment of the King of Kings. So that principle in your being, that knowledge in yourself, has to be there. So let's go here. Do this. So we start again with the basis of temple building. We use not one book, but we use all books. We don't place one religion above the other. We come together to show the oneness, not the division. And when we are able to show the oneness and not the division, it allows us to create the expression of truth with each other, and thereby healing and restoring the breach that has been broken. So we start here with temple building, and we start with the house. Why do we start with the house? Because you are the house of God. You are the house of God. And you being the house of God means there are measurements to yourself. The measurements that lead to an infinite reality. So there's an ability to know, and there's the ability to understand. And there's a wisdom to operate within that and within those measurements. Wisdom is the application of knowledge. Knowledge is to know. When knowledge and wisdom come together, it is 1 and 2. It is a 12. It is the letter L. It is love. It is man. It is woman. It is the higher self. It is the lower self. So the higher self would represent the intelligence. The intelligence embodies the physical world, or is the application of the intelligence, which is wisdom, so it becomes the physical world. So it is the woman, wisdom, Mother Nature. But wisdom hews her 7 pillars. But wisdom hews her 7 pillars. Well, you know, hues, they say you hew the stone, but hues is also the hues, the colors, human, the hues. So wisdom hews. So here we have the 7 bodies representing the 7 bodies of man. Also correlating with in ancient times what they call the 7 stars of Ra, the 7 stars, the 7 stars, the sisters, the Pleiades. But it's a lot more than that, because it is a correlation that goes to the star Sirius, A, B, and C. So it deals with the high science that our ancestors overstood, that operated with us, that we operated with it. And it was as above, so below. It is the 6. It is the triune and the triune. So there's a science that our ancestors have taught us. So we always start with the biblical story of Adam and Eve. And when we speak of Adam and Eve, we speak of flatline, because some of us can flatline the story. And Adam and Eve, we would say, represents a man and a woman. But we know Adam and Eve can't represent a man and a woman, especially based on the Bible, dating it back to 6,000 years ago. Huh? What is it talking about? What is it trying to convey? It can't just be a man and a woman if it goes back only to 6,000, making it 8,000 years old. And we know that there are buildings and so forth that are older than 8,000 years old. So now we have to look deeper, not to contest the Christian story, but to have an understanding the Christian story. And our journey is to find our oneness, not our division. So where do we find our oneness? There is one thing that we know. We can debate about every religious book. We can debate about every language. But we know that God wrote nature. See, we could say man wrote this on this page and that, but man didn't write the sun in the sky. Man didn't write the measurements in the trees, in the water, in the air. The writing of God is before us in nature. So when we go into the cipher, we delve into the connection in nature to show a corresponding so that our mentalism can find the corresponding between the spiritual science and our physical reality, thereby removing a doubt from the mind. So when we start with Adam, sometimes it seems as though it's just a simple statement because we say, well, Adam is atom, energy that can neither be destroyed nor created. Energy that can neither be destroyed nor created. But an atom is what makes up matter. But everything about you, the air you breathe, the clothes you wear, is matter. The water, the fire, the earth, it's matter. It's matter. But matter exists only because atom, vibrates at a lower vibration. So there is no matter without atom. If there is no matter without atom, then that tells you that the eternal reality is a part of you. So when our ancestors spoke in the essence of an eternal reality, that was a consciousness that had a connection to its oneness. That's a consciousness that remembered the knowledge of its nature, So we speak in the knowledge of our nature. We want you to be able to get this on a certain level at this time. Not just the basic, man. I need you to think about this. An atom is energy that can neither be destroyed nor created. So it's been here eternal, but it is the essence that makes up all of you. Your hand has an eternal essence. Your eyes, your mind, the air you breathe has an eternal essence. Water is said to have a memory. How far back does water's memory go? Does it operate like a human? Does it forget? Or is it an eternal memory? Do we have an understanding of what we're dealing with when we're dealing with nature? See, because an atom is energy that can neither be destroyed nor created. This physical world, matter, then is a spiritual world. Spiritual energy. If it's a spiritual world, if it's spiritual energy, then it's magic. See, magic goes to the word magi, imagination. This is why it was so important to capture your mind. To capture your mind. Magic, magi, imagination, your mind. Remember, last time we spoke about this, we spoke that your mind is the keeper of the crossroad between the higher and the lower. The mind is the connector to the invisible realm. If an atom is energy and it is invisible, it dwells in an invisible realm. And that invisible realm, your mind dwells there. So it is a certain type of dimension. So the energy we're speaking about, the reality of that eternal essence, is a dimension within yourself. How do you enter into that dimension? So in the drawing of the house, we draw a door to say, this is how you enter into this dimension. So we're looking at this four, meaning the lower dimension, the physical realm, right? Right? So now we're looking at this door. And this door says, this is how we enter in. So then we look deeper at the symbol of the door, and it takes us to the tree of life. See, so the doorway is really a hidden ideogram for the tree of life. But then it shows you the three pillars. Now, what makes that powerful is that in Rastafari, the Boa Shanti said king, prophet, and priest. And they may not really deliberating on the three pillars, but these are the three pillars of the tree. And there's a middle pillar, which is the hidden pillar. But this three pillars goes to the biblical story of Solomon. So Solomon is anointed king, but he can only be anointed king when the three pillars are present. So Nathan the prophet, Zadok the priest, David the king, and Solomon was anointed. Solomon was anointed. So in one essence, it's a story. In another essence, it's a science. Now we show how that science correlates into the physical realm, so that the consciousness that once knew this can start to remember the dimensions of itself, the eternal dimensions of itself, so that it may walk within the doorway. See, this doorway represents star knowledge. So today, people say the seven chakras, the seven seals on the back of the book thereof. Well, you've heard many people say the back of the book, you're the book of life. You're the wings of the angel. But the book of life on the back of the book, that's your spinal cord and the seven chakras. So the sixth chakra has a symbolism that goes with it, which is the 5-point star and the moon. Well, what does that mean? That's the operation of the pineal and the pituitary. The pineal and the pituitary. That is the Masan. The Masan. So the moon is the mother. The star is the sun. So it is the Masan. It's the mason. It's the Nagar. It's the master builder. It's the Naga. The Nagar. The Naga. The Tecton. The architect. The Archie. The arch doorway. The architect. Who has the technology of the archway? Who knows the technology of the archway? So they call it architects. So they say science and secrets in the math were given to the architects and to the mason, the mason, the master builders. But these are the builders of Solomon's temple. The Solomon's temple has two pillars, Boaz and Jachin. This shadow keeps going. So you have Boaz and Jashin. So you have Malachi, Zedek. You have the kingly pillar, priestly pillar. You have Boaz, you have Jashin, the Zedek, the Malachi, the kingly, priestly pillar, the doorway into Solomon's temple. So to go up the winding stairways to the upper room, but we talk about the hidden pillar, but there's a number that goes with the hidden pillar. You see 1, which is Kether, crown, 6, which is Teferet, which is the sun, 9, which is Yesod. Which is Yesod. Yesod is the foundation, which is also the mother or Mary or Aset. And then you have 10, which is Malkuth, which is the kingdom. 10 plus 9 plus 6 plus 1 equals 26. So the middle pillar is 26. Now, that's not by accident because the Hebrews say Yahweh Vahe, which is another 26. That is not by accident. This is signs of your nature. Now, we're going to try to get to a point to delve more into that. But as we always go in the temple building, we say Genesis chapter 1, verse 26. 1 plus 2 plus 6 equals 9. So 9 is a born process. So unless man is born again, he shall not enter into the kingdom. So we're talking about going through a birthing process, meaning the consciousness, the birthing, opening up. So let's go a little further here. Let's study this 26 to get a better understanding of this science. So we're going to show a video right here, and it's going to take us a little further. And we're going to come back into the house, to the doorway, to the eternal dimension, to the mind is the keeper of the crossroad, the mind, the movement of the electrons, which is the mind. Movement of an electrons is electricity. Now, this is a magic world, magi, imagination, magi, imagination, magic. This is a magic world. We know that from science showing us that your very thoughts create certain principles in nature. When you have certain thoughts, you trigger certain hormones in your body. When you have certain thoughts, you trigger certain things. Your thoughts can transfer and cause transformation into water, which can resonate in certain other principles. We've learned that. So we know the reality of this realm, but we are so normalized in not thinking in that principle in such a what we call attention span, meaning the ability for us to carry the thought enough for our thought to expand into our real world, into this physical world, giving us another sense of reality. Are we able to expand our mind on this level? So we're going to go into this video. Remember, we're talking about now the doorway, but the doorway is an ideogram to the tree of life. And when it is put on the tree of life, is put on the archway, the architect, the arch doorway, the Qumran, the keeper of the way, we receive the middle pillar, which is a 26, a 26, a 26. 2 is wisdom, 6 is equality, wisdom of equality, as above, so below. The wisdom of your connection of as above, so below. The wisdom of your equality, the wisdom of your connection. Operating, meaning wisdom is to apply the knowledge. So when you come to this middle pillar, you're applying the knowledge. So as the kingly pillar is a 16. So a 16 is knowledge, your equality. So you're just generating the thought process at the kingly pillar. You're accepting your royalty, the mindset. But in the second pillar, which is the priestly pillar, which is a 2, 4, and 7, a 13 is master, you're acknowledging understanding. So your knowledge has reached understanding. So it reaches a 4. So it's now becoming a living reality, which is a mastership. And at that point in time, the kingly pillar and the priestly pillar meet at the keystone, which is shalom, which is your peace, producing the middle pillar. So you have a kingly pillar, a priestly pillar. So the middle pillar would actually represent the prophet. Why would it be the prophet? Because the prophet brings forth the word of God. The prophet brings forth the word of God. What does that mean, Lazarus? The word was with God and the word became flesh. So the prophet represents the word manifesting into the physical. The manifesting is taking action, speaking truth, and willing to suffer and die if need be, because it is a living reality. So you have the kingly pillar, the priestly pillar, producing the prophet, king, priest, prophet, which is the triune. So now it's a science because we have the tree of life in this middle pillar bringing forth the word of God. Wisdom equality is the same thing as bringing forth word of God. So wisdom equality, this 26, it's not there for nothing because they say Jehovah is a 26. They say God, G-O-D, is a 26 because it is a 7. It's a 15 and it's a 4. 7 plus 15 is 22. 22 plus 4 is 26. So they did not make the word Jehovah. They did not make the word God 26 by accident. It is a mathematics science. Let's learn the science that they have hidden away before us in the written word. So let's now go to a video. Thank you for the tolerance. Amashe.
Hallelujah.
We
We'll play
didn't
this little bit
read
first, and then I'm going to go
literature in the Western Hemisphere, as they say, for 140 years. So this means that we're entering an area, and this is the evidence of it, and everybody frowns when they see those black books, all that in a bag of chips, and always better have my money. I seen another one, Hell to the No, right? And I said, wow, this is a phenomenon, because they are selling those books hand over fist. And they getting rich with those books. But what it is an indication that we're reading again, more so than ever. And this is another cycle of reading. But soon, as always, we get tired of that content and we're going to require another type of content. So we're getting people calibrated towards being scholastic, towards reading and improving their visual, inner visual, referencing for what information is. So I'm saying that to say that although we do DVD presentations and it's convenient to buy the DVD, it's also significant that we begin to read, because reading the books always give life. They can cut the electricity off today or tomorrow. You don't have no DVD player in the woods, but you can have some significant information in your books that'll tell you
what to do, how to do it, and when to do it. And you can read in the daytime or you can start a fire at night. Books keep giving life. We need caches of libraries. We need, when people die and we go back to the essence, we should be able to leave an extensive library to those behind us, because your library is your cache of armament. It's your weapon. So how significant today we're talking about a book that comes from, we're going to speak about a few books, but we're going to speak about a book There you go. There you go. Because you are always in a state of Kundalini amplification. You come out, woo, 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 woo. They shooting, you turn on the TV, they sexting, everybody aggressive. That's Kundalini all day long. So whatever images that have been supplanted into your cube of space are now becoming manifest in the form of your destiny. So now here we have in the sixth Sephiroth, these are the children of the mother who shaped them, who took what force of the grand infinite nothingness. You can't even, this is a great, this is something you can't even speak about Ein Sof Or. To even infer on it is to say that you don't know about it. To even say the word, it means I don't know. But he had to make himself manifest, so he creates a world of knowing. But the bridge separating the three supernals and the six lower Sephiroth is Thoth. We're gonna speak about Thoth in a minute, right? Because Thoth is the place where that's the bridge. That's the bridge of Terabithia, where they talk about in the movie. That's the bridge. Thoth is the only reason why we're here. Thoth is the pineal. The subservient vessel for deity is the pineal gland. This entire body, your heart and everything is included. What do you think the organs are here to support? What is the most significant and most important organ in your body? The one of inner vision, the pineal. That's the one that has the connection to the circadian rhythm of the planet. That's the one that connects you to the cosmos. That's the organ that means the most. Without it, you don't even exist without a pineal. You exist vestigially in a false reality, within a false box. Now, Thoth acts as the lens by which this all becomes manifest out of Binah, out of the womb of mother. Now, what is so significant about Yahweh? Now, let me show you this. This is a form of geometricizing gematria. Now, gematria, what is gematria? Gematria is, it means geometer, or like geometry. It's the geometry of sound coalescing with the numbers in the numeric representation of these numbers. Now, this here, have people been writing this down? Right. You need some paper and a pen, my brother?
Sir, we do need some paper.
Okay. Now this is very important. I want y'all to write this down. Draw this out too. Here you go. You got a pluma? Pen?
Yes, sir.
Here we go. Now, we got two-dimensional reality, then we got three-dimensional reality. Now, two-dimensional reality, this is one dimension. One dimension. That's one dimension, right? This is two dimensions. Right? Then you got three dimensions. Now check out, this motif is in the tree of life. Got one dimension, right? Then you got two dimensions, right? You can see me over here too, Rich?
Yeah.
Then you got two dimensions. Now here we got that square I just made over there, right? You see it? Who said no? I'm trying to be funny. You can see it? Mm-hmm. There goes the square, right? See? So you got one dimension, two dimension, three dimensions. Now, okay. Now, check this out. How do you get from two-dimensional reality to three-dimensional reality? How? How do you make that which is two-dimensional into a three-dimensional reality?
32 pathways.
Really, the central pathway. You use your Yahweh. You use your four senses. You use your four senses to create two-dimension into three-dimension. Now look at this. This is the only place that this ever happens in all the sequences of infinite numbers. Numbers, as a magician, you will never lose if you use the numbers. And if you become a mathematician, you will never lose if you use the numbers. If I write a book and I begin the book with a letter and I end the book with a letter, I seal the book within numbers. What's the first letter in the Torah? What's the last letter? What do they equal? 32. The book is sealed within numbers. You can't escape them. They act as the prison. So now, here we have the number 25, and we have the number 27. Now, 25 is a square number. 27 is a cube number. Now, this is how you get from one dimension to the other. 25 is 5 to the second power. 27 is 3 to the third, right? Now look, we see these numbers, right? You see your 2 and the 3? You see them? Now how do you get from, now when I say this, I want y'all to understand, from the numbers 1 all the way to the numbers a billion, trillion, million, there's no numbers where a cube and a square number exists and there's a number in between it. There's no other place. They use 26 for a reason, and that is the reason. It is the means by which to transdimensionally traverse from a two-dimensional plane on into a third-dimensional reality based off holograms. That's what Yahweh is. Yahweh is nothing more than that. This is how you do it. And so 26 exists here. Now check it. Where's my eraser? In this system. Here we go. 26. Now do the math. Let's do the math. How many? Let's make a square. A cube, rather. Well, here's a square. This is a two-dimensional square. Right? How do we make a two-dimensional square into a cube? We add extra dimensions to it, right? Now let's count what we began with. We began with 1, 2, 3, 4 dots. Then we have 4 lines. Then we have the picture of a square. That means that you can't make a square with this 2 dots in a line. You need 4 dots, 4 lines to make the square. Now check this out. When we add another set, right here, right? We have 4 dots, now we got 8, now we add 4 more lines, now we got a dynamic, right? Now we do it again. We add 4 dots, excuse me, we don't need to add no more dots, we just need to add more lines. So we add 1, 2, hold up. Reread today. Co-retarded. Here we go. Right? Bam.
Nope. To the top.
Bottom dot.
Yeah, you better erase all this, Rich. You better do some serious editing. This Jack. It's Mercury retrograde in my house, in Scorpio. Can't help it.
Connect those two right there.
Reread, yes. Okay, now I got a full square. But let's count what I created. Let's count what I created. I created with 8, 1, right? How many? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, right? 8. And how many lines? 1, 2, 3, 4, right? 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12. Right? 12. These created what? 6 sides. Right? What it equal? 26. Yahweh is a cube. Yahweh is nothing but a cube that you are in possession of. Now this cube has 11, 12, right? 12. These created what? 6 sides, right? The meaning of the word day or a time period. So the he acts as the connector. The grand infinite nothingness. You can't even she adds constriction, gives a womb, a context for the force. Absolute. We have Kether, which has a dot in Kether equals, right? Is what it equals. Now,
It looks like I ain't seen it come up. Hold on, just wanna make sure. Let him demonstrate one more thing.
496. The creation of the 6th day. Take the he to create the impression on it. So when you write,
Now,
you create.
the reason to show that 26 and the manifestation from the second dimension into a third dimension. So it is a projectile. So someone learns to control your projection, and you have to kind of understand that in a certain sense. That's why I played the beginning and the little point where he spoke about the music, the TV, how it keeps your kundalini, keeps you in the fight or flight, everything. It's operating to force you to project something into a third dimensional reality, you know. And you have to learn and understand that what that means. So I hope you kind of caught something. This is Brother Rashid. I'll try to share it in the groups so that others can go back and look at it. Brother Rashid is one of our top scholars in the metaphysical science and so forth of the Hebraic or the Kabbalion and the Kabbalah constructs. So yeah, he's a deep brother, and the reason we touch that is to show a connection that the Europeans are not going to show. So we're going to touch one thing right before this, and then we're going to come back to a video. Um, and I want you to see what they call Proto-Hebrew. So they call it Proto-Hebrew, and they say it is a writing system found in the Canaanite and the Amharic inscriptions, including pre-biblical biblical Hebrew. So Proto-Hebrew. So this is what Hebrew actually formulates out, but it comes out of Canaanite language. Now we know that the Canaanites are Cushites. So, this is something we try to get our people to understand. Thought it would have given me that. So they call this the Canaanite language, is sometimes referred to as Canaanite dialects. It's like patois, are one of the four subgroups of the Northwest Semitic languages. The others are Amharic and the now extinct Ugaritic and the Amorite language. These closely related languages originated in the Levant. So now you got to look at these groups here and the word Canaanite. And as we go further, as they tell you, this Canaanite goes into the Sinai Peninsula, to Lebanon, Syria, Turkey, Iraq, Saudi Arabia, even into North. Now, they tell you the subdivisions of the what? The Amarna Canaanites. The Amarna Canaanites. The Cano-Akkadian, the Amorites, the Philistines, the Phoenicians, Punic, what they call the South areas, which was Hebrew, Ammonites, Moabites, Edomites. All of these are speaking, and their language comes from one, the Canaanites. So this is African Cushites. Now, the Canaanites are broadly defined to include who? The Hebrew, Israelites, Judeans, the Samaritans, the Ammonites, the Edomites, the Ekronites, the Hyksos, the Phoenicians, the Punics, the Carthagins. This is Hannibal, Hannibal, the Moabites, the Subtians or Sutians, sometimes the Ugarites, the Amorites. So this Canaanite language, these Canaanite people who are called Cushites, Ham, Africans. So all of the things we call the sacred languages of scriptures and so forth. Arabic, Hebrew, all of them. They come out of this. So who are these people that have created this divine essence to create divine reality? Who are these people? See, so now you have to look at who the Canaanites are on another level. You're going to have to look at who the Canaanites are on another level. I'm sorry. Now, when we say we got to look at the Canaanites on another level, what does that mean to us? You know, now, is it religion? Or will it be in solidarity of finding our story's oneness? You know, when I have this discussion with some of my brothers who are Hebrew Israelites, it is difficult because many of them started their journey on division, differences, being better than the other because of I believe this way. So now, when they were faced to look at this Canaanite reality, it brought them to a stumbling point. Now, even though they seen that it wasn't a bad plan to study and see this reality, but because of religion, because of differences in communication, some have chose not to hear it. So we look at the Canaanites, we say, wow. But we got to study these Canaanites. So they tell you, see, go a little further. They want to make the Ashkenazis in here too. So not giving us the, hold on, let's go a little further back. So in the aspects of looking at the definition of the language, the Canaanites are described in the book of Genesis as descendants of Ham through his son Canaan. According to the Bible, the Odyssey states that Canaan descendants would be servants to their brother, particularly Shem. The narratives have been interpreted in various ways, but it is generally understood that the Canaanites were viewed as a distinct group with a history of subjugation. Wow. Now, when we look at this, it tends also on a journey right here at this very point. Because we have a group of people that we say are Israelites. Now, we just said that Canaan, but we say the Canaanites, they will be the servants and they weren't the blessed ones and so forth. But let's go somewhere else. So now, in the Hebrew Bible, Melchizedek was king of Salem and priest of El Elyon. Now, the first part of that word is El. Very important. In his writing, it refers to Melchizedek, or Josephus in his writings refers to Melchizedek as a Canaanite chief, though he also mentions him as a priest. Melchizedek's role as a priest king and his connection to the Canaanite region has been a point of theological debate. So why? Because if Melchizedek is made a priest forever and eternal, but he's a Canaanite king, he's a Canaanite, then how can the Shem prophecy or the Shem be said to make the Canaanites they servant? Okay. So I wonder if this is what makes Europeans think that they have the right to subjugate because they try to classify themselves as Shem. Now, before I go any further, I want to ask the group, what do you believe in when you in your mind say Shem? In your mind, what do you see? Do you think of black people as the Shemite? Do you see Shem? What do you see? Anyone? Because in America, there was a propaganda used against His Imperial Majesty. And the propaganda was based on His Majesty was asked about Negro and Black, and His Majesty said that he is Shem. So people took that as though His Majesty would not accept to be said that he is a Negro. So he didn't consider himself Black or Negro. And they propaganded that. And they used that. And there's still people today that believe that. And they hold to that. Now, so when we hear someone say Shem, our mentality, because we are under a colonialized government, colonialized education system, colonialized media, our visualization of the world is drafted by them. So we allow them to colonize a reality in the world.
Brady
That,
Russ?
that nation got to be chosen by God to have the ability to have these people see them as a rightfulness, as part of it. They have to be see. So we're supporting a narrative still in that aspect. But go ahead, yes, sir, Ross, come forward.
Yes, I give thanks. Well, the idea of Shem is definitely black people, because if you read in the Genesis and you see the sons of Japhet, which is Ashkenaz. Well, the Ashkenaz is these people who are claiming to be Jews now, and this is the biggest stumbling block that in the world, even in Ethiopia and everywhere, where they believe that these people who are Ashkenazi Jews are the people of Shem, and then they've been labeling people anti-Semites, anti-Shemites, when they are not Shemites at all. You know, they are Ashkenaz. Ashkenaz is Germany.
Yes.
Ashkenaz in the Bible is Germany and all of those lands, and they come from the steppe plains of Russia. So, you know, I just wanted to bring that forward. So, you know, this is the deception of interpretation, which is given to I and I, you know, which is not given only to I and I, it's given to the world. But where I and I as a people, or where I people black people fall down, is they believe that lie. And we're since 1948, they've created the state of Israel with these Ashkenazi Nazis, Ashkenazis, because that's what they are, they're Nazis. As they've created these Ashkenazis for people to believe that they are Shemites, that is the greatest error, because you know, as we've done many times, and we go back to the time of Ori and Shem, and uh, you know, they are black people and they are indistinguishable. They are one people. Ham and Shem is one people, even though they have different shades. The Shemites, as is in the appearance of His Majesty, you know, he's a living Shemite. If you see his nose, the shape of his nose, the nostrils, and everything that he has, that this is the Shemite identity. And even those Ashkenazis who have been linked and um, what we say, integrated with the Sephardi people. Well, the Sephardis are the African Jews who went to North Africa and the Spanish Peninsula, or the European Peninsula over there in Spain, that area, that region, which crosses the Mediterranean Sea. You will see that the nose shape which His Majesty possesses is the Shemite identity. And many of those, even Ashkenazis, who are mixed with Sephardis, have that feature in their noses. So I'll leave that there, family. Yeah, give thanks.
Yes, sir. Hallelujah. My voice My the only one whose voice went up. Yeah,
There's no
okay.
sound.
Minister Lazarus is muted.
Hell, hell, yeah.
Okay, so can you hear me now?
Uh-huh.
Okay. So here you read, God blessed Noah and his sons, as it says, and God blessed them. This is the Talmud. This is what the Jews are reading. They're studying the Talmud. So this is the Talmud. This is their Torah 101, 108, I'm sorry. God blessed Noah and his sons, as it says, and God blessed them with their gifts. And he apportioned the entire earth, to them as an inheritance. He blessed Shem and his sons, making them black and comely. And he gave them the inhabitable earth. He blessed Ham and his sons, making them black as the raven. And he gave them the coast of the sea. He blessed Japhet, his sons, making all of them white and beautiful, and he gave them the deserts and fields. These are the portions he gave them as an inheritance. So now you hear this Jewish high ranking government official, this woman, I forgot her name, and she's yelling out that their greatest threat, and she's saying to her constituents, is the blacks in America. And you have to say, well, why is she saying that? So when we go to our story, particularly when we're dealing with His Imperial Majesty, and we witness the papal bull, the claim and the construct of the Pope as being the highest authority of God on earth, the highest authority in the Christian empire, and that position being challenged as he laid a lien on all of us, and the King of Kings coming forth and saying, no, he is the emperor of all of Africa. Countering this, countering these forces. But now, the Papa Bull and the Pope's position in Italy takes a loss. And the next creation is to take the story of Shem. Still, remember now, the Pope only claimed under the primacy of Peter. So he still hadn't claimed through the ranks of David. So now the authority of saying who may hold this bloodline then becomes the construct of creating the social understanding that Shem is white. And so all of a sudden, there's a state of Israel. And the story now takes the imagery of the people. In America, when they show us the story of Moses and so forth, it's white people. So the propaganda in the mind starts to take place. And the living presence the living presence. I gotta say that there. The living presence of the Creator within us starts to diminish. And then we start to be molded on waiting. There was two spirits that took place. So you got to think about the world wars now. What was going on? What happened? And what was the psyche? And what did it do? So in America, you had all of these upshoots. You had the Nation of Islam, the Moorish Science Temple, the Hebrew, oh man, I'm trying to call them, but later on, Ben Ami and them came, but they were another groups of Moorish Ethiopian Hebrews. That's what they called themselves. So you have all of these upshoots kicking up in the 1920s, 1930s, 1940s, and UNIA, Nation of Islam, all these things are growing. They're waking up and they're holding on to a claim of a divine right. Where did it come from? Now you got to think the psyche of the planet at that time was you got two forces. You got these people that are enslaving, doing everybody wrong. They're hanging us. We just came out of slavery. They're still trying to do us all kind of ways. And then here comes the African king, fulfilling a biblical prophecy. So now the psyche and the possession of the divine right is in the Black psyche. Black family is at a high level. Black business developments is at a high level. Black Wall Street, all of these things are at high levels. And you have to think about that psyche then, because there is only the Pope claiming the primacy of Peter. The identity in the Bible now is revealed to be possession of the Black people of the world. The European has to take back the possessory of that to rule the empire and rule over the people. I'm going to stop right there for a minute. So Shem has to be transformed. The visualization of the story has to be taken back. One minute from Jamaica to America, they're waking and they're grasping this biblical power. They say Nat Turner had to grasp the biblical power, not just have a faith, but to grasp the power. So now when we look at the psyche in those time periods, because they say, well, the Ethiopian World Federation, we raised 8 million people's signatures to sign and petition and unification. 8 million. 8 million. You know, they say they speak about Marcus Garvey and stuff like that, but you never hear no one speak about 8 million people signed up with the Ethiopian World Federation. In unity of protecting the sacred land of Ethiopia, which protected our sacred identity as the divine birthright ones, claimers of a truth, of a star truth that extends way past. Remember, that's why we say His Majesty is the rock of all ages. So, with the throne of Ethiopia is not a throne only because of Christianity. The throne of Ethiopia is older.
Brady, Russ.
Yes, yes, sir.
Can I come forward, Russ?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Come on.
Yes, I was just gonna. One of the biggest stumbling blocks that I and I have now is that in Ethiopia, the patriarch of the church, he was filmed on the BBC with um, the BBC journalist from Somalian sister, Zena, I can't think of her full name now, Zena something or other. And she's a black journalist. She done a project on Black Africa and the Black African kingdoms, and she interviewed the Abuna of the Ethiopian church and asked him about the pictures of the black Christ in Ethiopia and people with soft afro hair, etc. And he said, and this is a big problem. And he said, yes, he said, well, every people they paint or images of Christ in their own image. He said, so this is actually what he said. He said, so like the people in the Caribbean, they paint an image of a black Christ. He said, and we in Ethiopia, we paint Christ like how we look. He said, but the Mary and Jesus, they were Jews. They're white people. So therefore, their images should not be changed. So that's why they're putting all the white images in the Church of Ethiopia. So now Ethiopia, which we're claiming our birthright from Ethiopia, are now their leader, their shepherd, who is the influence of the whole nation of Ethiopia, are teaching his people that the Jews are white people. I mean, I've done a program on it before. I don't know if the item saw it. So if you go on the YouTube, with Priest Isaac, I did a program on it. I did we did a program on it, and we put up in the Abuna using these words, saying these things. So Ethiopia now has been colonized. It's been overtaken through the church. The Ethiopian Orthodox Church, it has overtaken the minds of the people, and they're teaching this white doctrine. And the biggest problem is, which I always ask, even in the program when I did the program, I asked this question because of the revelation now of coming from out of the Eastern Orthodox churches of Russia, and even in Holland and these places, all the images, they're now the images of the black people, not only the black Christ, the black people of the Bible, not, they're all black people. So
Right.
this is a big stumbling block for I and I, for everybody. This is a stumbling block because when you said, oh, this is white man's religion and this is, no, they were all black people. But now the only people who are pushing the white doctrine is the American evangelists, and two, the people of Ethiopia, where we're claiming our heritage and our birthright from. So now the people of Ethiopia are in a sad state of whitewashing their brains. Yes, sir. Give thanks. And one other thing I would say is that you brought up that Ben Ami, of the Hebrew Israelite. I don't know if he's a Hebrew Israelite, but from
Yeah.
the one who was in Israel and had the community in Israel who had gone home to Israel. I met him, that Ben Ami, and I said to him, so how does Emperor Haile Selassie fit into your How does Emperor Haile Selassie fit into your scheme of things? I don't know how I put it like that, but I brought His Majesty into the picture. The man the man wouldn't give me an answer. He just stood there and stared at me like I said something really bad, you know? Like it was beyond, it was contemptuous. The fact that I asked that question to him was a contemptuous question where he wasn't even he wasn't worthy of an answer. I just want to say, so in terms of the different movements which are going on, especially coming out of America, who have this influence and power, they cannot see His Majesty, and all of the Black Power movements, when they talk about all of the revolutionary leaders, talk about Malcolm X, they talk about Nkrumah, they talk about everybody, but nobody wants to talk about His Majesty. So this is a reality, you know. Yes, sir. Give thanks.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. You know, that's why we try to educate about the international laws. And then we educate the mental programming and unlocking it to a higher degree of our understanding of ourselves. Now, we made a statement about the Canaanite language being a Cushite, being Black, and that it is what became Hebrew, Phoenicians, and so forth. So we're going to show one more video. Let's talk a little bit deeper about it. And let's just see where this brings your mind to. This next video.
From the blood cell, all the way out to the snowflake, all the way out to planets, all the way out to gods. All of them have their root in this symbolism. Next. The 22 Aleph Beta of the Teferoth. Next. Listen carefully. Look well at these symbols. Do not think they're Jewish. Get away from the Jewish bullshit. They are not Jewish. This is the Aburu. This is the language that the ancient Kemetic priests, when they were being chased out by the Hyksos, they began to quickly say, what do we do with all this knowledge? In their supreme brilliance, they put everything in accordance with coded language that you have to elevate in consciousness to come to the understanding of. So until this devil came to a point where he could understand what the hell was going on, he was not going to unlock the code. But it passed on down. He was trained in the inner temples and it leaked out. And that's why we in the shit we into today. Because we gave it to an immature motherfucker. So now, when you start seeing these, all these are phosgene patterns taken by the brain in higher thought patterns. And they have become a language. They're not only the phosgene imprints of thought patterns, next. They're also the star configurations around your head. Look, this is the astral alphabet. This is the constellations that it's akin to. Here you have the specific constellation that they are connected to. And here you have the Hebrew alphabet. Notice, brothers and sisters, that the language of light and the Hebrew alphabet, you're looking at flames. If you were to take a candle and light a match and watch a flame dance back and forth, you are watching the language of fire speak to you. Well, all light, all language is based on light. And what's the best evidence or physical evidence of light? Fire. So fire is essentially, these are the kumedu, or the fire language that our ancestors created in order to encode the millions of years of information that they had. They had to make it in coordination with your own mind, your own brain work patterns. Next. So what are we looking at? We're looking at the Sephiroth as the audio-spectral geometric template of universal existence. Next. And they repeat in a cycle and exist in 300 and 231 gates, and it comes to pass that all that is formed and all that is spoken emanates from a single name, the Sefer Yetzirah. This is what they hid from you. This is what they hide from Christians when they say in the beginning was the Word. You think some jackass name. It comes to pass your spectrum with your own mind, your own brain work patterns. Next. So fire is essentially, these are the kumedu, or the fire language that our ancestors created in order to encode the millions of years of information that they had.
So now the ancient languages take you into a star codes. So now the ancient language takes you in to star codes. Let's look at something, because this is important. So they took our science, they took the history, they embody it and place it in their sacred orders. So here they call it, after the arcane orders, the Magi order is the most exclusive of the mystery schools. Although the Nazarene was a member of the priesthood of Melchizedek, it was the priest of the Magi who were divinely informed of the birth of the child and who journeyed to welcome him into this world. The exclusiveness of the Magi is centered on a strict criteria of acceptance for membership and training. The essential requirements for admittance to the Magi order are the applicant is free from all restrictive religious dogma. The applicant will dedicate time each day to exercise Torah. He or she will permit, biblically speaking, neither father, mother, a brother, sister, spouse, friend, or foe to in any way interfere with the required studies and practice. They're stringent applicant. So now here they go, it's just, I want to show you more of the history. The teaching of the Magi. The teachings and training of the Magi are significantly different in character from that of the arcane orders. In contrast, the Ath or Ethiop priestly order is focused on the spiritual aspects of the great work, upon awakening and developing the divine soul spark, the Christos, the Christ, hidden within each individual. This emphasis is in harmony with the biblical command, seek ye first the kingdom of God, and all these things shall be added unto you. Now, this Magi order is associated also with the order of Melchizedek. Let's go a little further. Now, let me do this first. So now you have what's called the Magi story, which is very important in our travels. I always try to hit the openness channel, because this is one of the ways of getting to um, actually seeing certain things that are the keys of our oneness that's woven in all of the stories. So the Magi's in the story of the Bible are following what they call star knowledge. So we just looked at the Canaanite, the Hebrew language. We looked at 26, the doorway, the middle pillar, entering into the eternal dimension. Now we get the Christos, the spark, the soul spark, and so forth. And we're edging to clear way to have understanding that now this Hebrew language or Canaanite language also represents star language. And now we start talking about star keepers. Now, the essence of that story for us, for the Ethiopian World Federation, for Ethiopia, and so forth, is a very big story. And this is where, what do they call it? They call it changing the narrative. So let's look at this generation, right? People have been taking the story and finding a way to manipulate it, to take captive of a claim of a birthright, to claim a superiority, to enslave us, oppress us, and do as they see fit. And one of the main components of that is through the biblical narrative, which is supported in Islamic and so forth. This is how come we talk about the Arabic slave trade and so forth as well. But in that essence, everyone was able to take the Abraham aspect and use it to justify a superiority claim. Now, counter that story. Let's counter it. How could we counter it? Meaning, if this is a strategy and a technique that's been used to enslave our minds, bind us in division, are we afraid to counter that story? Are we afraid to step into a dimension of changing the narrative to free us from that captivity? Is that something that we are able to see? So in that, Abraham only has a validity after meeting Melchizedek. Very important, because we're countering the story now. So the Pope, all of the people that want to use any of the aspects of that, were countering the story. So now we have to go to Melchizedek is in the land of the Canaanites. So first we determine that the Canaanites, we've studied them, and that they are his people. And that the Canaanite language is star knowledge. Because we just looked at the Hebrew language and it's star knowledge. Now I wanted to show an essence where the brother goes through showing you that the Hebrew language tells a story when you deal with it in the definitions of the ideogram, how they've placed the names now. It tells a story. Maybe I'll pull that back up before we close. But now we're dealing with star knowledge. So it becomes important in the essence of the Magi's. Because the Magi's are the first ones to know of a birth of a Christos, of a Christ, of a king, and so forth. But they're following star knowledge. They're following star knowledge. Now, let's take that for us, where it takes us in our journey.
Remember? Let's show them something in the car.
So in our journey, it takes us to an Ethiopian scroll called the Dejan Shua. The Dejan Shua. Now, the Dejan Shua will become also important because that is also a name within the Ethiopian kings list as well. So I'll start to read. This information is based on my reading of the Ethiopian history and the Metashaf Dejan Shua, an ancient Ethiopian manuscript. An ancient Ethiopian manuscript in Ge'ez discovered by Mary Ross Amon Bele in the ruins of an Ethiopian church in Nubia. An Ethiopian church in Nubia, a part of the Ethiopian Empire, not state, empire, which has been translated into Amharic, abridged and published as the Metashaf Sube by the discoverer himself. According to this ancient manuscript, both the Amara and the Aroma are the descendants of one man or father, Melchizedek, king of Salem, the high priest of God on earth, founder of Jerusalem, to whom Abraham and other kings bowed and paid tithes to receiving his blessings. So now Abraham and other kings paid tithes and bowed. But we also know that Melchizedek is known as the king and priest of the Most High God, and that he is the priest of the God of El.
You've gone silent, Russ. No sound, beloved.
Yeah, Minister.
Good salam. What's up there?
Okay, you should be coming back now.
Nanti ketiga aja. Mau gue ini. Oke. Yeah, itu. Well, well, it's okay. I did water from the washing machine, don't you? Yeah.
July, July.
Yeah. Yeah.
Hell, 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 LDI. Hell,
Yes, sir. I'm not sure what's going on, but trying to reach a minister. I've been looking at technical difficulties. Give us one moment.
everybody, hell, do you hear me? Aya,
Yeah, man, we can hear you. We're just waiting for the minister to come back up, but we can hear you. Yes, sir.
Greetings. Greetings.
greetings, greetings.
Yes, love Rastafari. I was
Yes,
just
sir.
gonna ask first, guys forwarded? All right, good.
Yes, sir.
Guy there, is that Minister Lazarus guy there?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
Okay.
Yeah. Minister Lazarus,
Yes, sir.
LDI.
I know. So let
Right,
me
so,
go back.
Medea, family.
Yes, sir.
Yes, sir.
So one out of the 10 boys of Ethiop. So what we have here, we have Melchizedek, 12 kings coming out of Melchizedek. The son, Ethiopia. So the 12 kingdoms or 12 kings come out of the titleage of Ethiopia. But that comes out of Melchizedek. But Melchizedek represents the kingly priestly order, a king priest. But now, from the lineage of Melchizedek from Ethiopia, we go to the lineage of Balaam. Balaam is known in the Bible for prophesizing the birth of Jesus, but he didn't prophesy Jesus, he prophesied the coming of a star. So we just spoke about the Canaanite language, and that the Canaanite language, which became what we call Hebrew, is really not Hebrew, but it is star knowledge, star language, coming from African Cam. So now when we get into this star knowledge, and this is the language, then we go tracing through Melchizedek, his grandson, Balaam. And Balaam gives a prophecy of the coming of a star. The coming of a star. And the Council of Nice takes the coming of a star and they change it to the coming of Jesus. Now, let's just go to the star knowledge. The Magi's in the star story are following a star to track the birth. But the Magi's who are tracking this star knowledge, the story of the Magi's is very important. Who are these Magi's? What do they represent? Because we just said Melchizedek, Ethiopia, then we said 12 kings. And they become many tribes spread out through the empire of Ethiopia. The empire of Ethiopia. So now this changes something. Let's go one more spot. We always go to the Kushite spread of haplogroup R1M173 by our elder Clyde A. Winters. Again, go on YouTube, track Brother Clyde A. Winters down, join his Patreon, and support him. Order his books. So when we speak about these Kushites, again, we always stress that the Kushites were also called Ethiopians. So there's a book called The Wonderful Ethiopian Kushite Empire by Drusilla Houston. I would recommend that everybody order that book and read it. The Wonderful Ethiopian Kushite Empire by Drusilla Houston, Drusila Huston. Please go read that book so that you can truly understand what we are saying when we say the Ethiopian Empire, because we are speaking about the Kushite Ethiopian Empire and the spread of that coming out of a kingly priestly order, a kingly priestly order. So Abraham meets Melchizedek. Melchizedek is in the Canaanite land. The people under Melchizedek are Canaanites. And they follow the ways of Melchizedek. Very important. Very important. Now, Melchizedek's lineage produces a person called Balaam. Balaam gives a prophecy of a star knowledge. Of star knowledge. What did that prophecy mean? What did it mean? Balaam gave a prophecy of star knowledge. What did Balaam's prophecy of star knowledge become? Because in the Bible, it's not there. They just said Balaam prophesied of a star or marked the way of the coming, but not the star prophecy. See, it's more than that when you do a star prophecy. A star prophecy. Now, in Ethiopia, they specifically state that the family of Balaam is the Magi's. So the Magi's represent the family of Balaam. The Magi's represent the family of Balaam. But Balaam is the family of Melchizedek, or is the family of Ethiop, which is Ethiopia. So now you're tracking something all the way down into another aspect, because now the three wise men, they have names: Balthazar, Melchior, Caspar. And now you're learning that they're saying they are three kings. Each one of them have an area where they're king at. Balthazar, they say it is either Ethiopia or Saudi Arabia. Melchior and Caspar, they are given the designation of India and Iran up into the Iraq areas. This is Persia. So now we tracked here where Persia was also called Ethiopia. So when they tell us that the three wise men, one of the kings, they were from certain areas, even if they tell us they're from the Elam areas, Persia was all Cush. So if they say they were Elam or Elam in those areas, or the Ugarites, we still learning that they are Cushites. They were in the Persia area, then we're learning that the original are talking about Ethiopia. So these three kings are all three Ethiopian kings. So now what's the tradition between these kingdoms? Now, there was a special word put by the word Canaanite when I first went to Canaanite, and it was the Amana Canaanites. So Cush gives us keys in the aspects of tracing Ethiopia. Here we go. So let's look at this Amana Canaanite. So right here, first, what I did was I pulled up that they have one of the Amana letters. It contains a letter from Abidi Hiba, Abida Hibi, or Abi Haji, Abi, the ruler of Jerusalem, or Jerusalem, to the Egyptian pharaoh. These letters found at ancient Egyptians' administrative centers of Amarna. Now, I wanted to go in a little bit more detail into those because now you go into those Amana letters, the El Amana, are archives and clay tablets, diplomatic correspondence between the Egyptian administration and its representatives in Canaan. So there's an administrative kingdom empire that's collective through the lands. See, this is what the Armana show. So a lot of times Europeans, they speak to us about this history and they separate Canaan or the Canaanites from Egypt. They separate them from Africa. But according to the Armana letters, all of these areas up from through the Levant all the way up into the Iraq areas are all connected under one administrative empire. One administrative empire. Now I'm going to show you, look at where they're going to give you the list of how many different kingdoms are responding in the Amarna letters. Let me see where it's at.
Brady, Russ, can I just jump in there?
Yes, sir.
About Armana.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, the word Armana, if you put IG in it, is Amarinha. You know, Armana and Amarinha. And if you look into the geometria, the Amarinha adds up to 64, which gives us the number 10, which is 10, which is binary. And Armana gives us 48, which is 12, and gives us the power of 3. So we've got 3 and 1. So I can see there that the Armana and the Amarinha gives you the power of the Trinity. Yes, sir. Give thanks.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Yes, sir. See, so what we are having to do now is re-examine how they have sold us the history to be able to emplace themselves. And now, if you go from the Melchizedek component, now it changes. Now, again, we always stress this because His Imperial Majesty is the one who changed it from Abyssinia to Ethiopia. So now we're reading the history of Ethiopia as it comes out of Melchizedek. So now you have to really say, okay, when His Majesty changed it from Abyssinia to Ethiopia, what was that statement meaning? And it definitely means something. But at the time, how many people really understand what it meant? How many people knew the connection of that word Ethiopia to Melchizedek? You know, how many people understood that statement? How many people understand the 12 kings coming out of Ethiopia, coming out of Melchizedek, becoming the empire, the Ethiopian Kushite empire that expanded 3 continents? 3 continents. So now, as others bind themselves to a division of stories and things, we find the connection through Ethiopia,
To the chair.
through Melchizedek, and so forth.
To the
Now,
chair.
yes, hold on one moment. Now Melchizedek has dimensions in it. Earlier, we looked at the doorway, and the doorway was the kingly pillar, the priestly pillar, Boaz, Jacinth, which is Malachi, Zedek. But then we showed the tree of life. So it says in the scripture, they say, eat of my flesh and drink of my blood. Like I am, it's like it's telling you to do this like they are the tree of life, because you're supposed to eat of the tree of life. But it's saying now, eat of my flesh and drink of my blood, like they are the tree of life. Take from my. So now you gotta understand now, but even Jesus was made a high priest after the order of Melchizedek. What's the order of Melchizedek? What is Melchizedek?
The Ethiopian kingship.
See, so it's not just as we're saying there's this person in the past. See, because we're speaking in a dimensional reality, speaking in our atom, our eternal essence. Because Melchizedek is he without father, without mother, without beginning or end. So now when we show the picture of the doorway into your eternal self, see, they asked for a king. I said, you don't need no king. They asked for a king. You don't need no king. So when you go back into the times, even with the Magi's, there's kingly priestly order along the lands around the earth. But everybody was representing that on a certain level. So don't get it confused when you hear us say from Melchizedek to Ethiopia to this, because we're talking about something timeless. And we're talking about an ancient Ethiopian history, science, mindset, cosmology that is transcended into even the biblical aspects. So let's look a little further. Let's look at El, Canaanite God. Other names, Adonai, Elim. All those words throughout what we call the Bible, Elohim's, El Shaddai, Adonai, all of those come out of Canaanite pantheon. Do we ignore that? I'm Christian, and so sometimes they say them people dealt with Baal and Murdoch, and they was sacrificing children to their God. That's what most of us hear, right? When we start talking about the Canaanite and they get the Baal and you get the El and all of that, we say, oh no, 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 no. Why? What are we talking about? Why are we, what does it mean? See, because even Yahweh is drafted out of the El. They go to word El Shaddai, all the things, the El, the El, the El. But this is a Canaanite aspect. El Elyon, God of the heaven and the earth. So Melchizedek is king of Salem, high priest of the deity El Elyon. El. Now let's look at this because I want you to get an idea. Because a lot of time, we'll say we have this construct of the right religion because of this and that, and the other people are this. But Europeans taught us what these other people were supposed to be. Europeans told us certain things about these other people, but the Canaanites represent Africans or blacks. So how can the European make them evil and so forth? And so now you get to Malak. There's a lot of things you got to study about that as well, because that's a traditional ritual. And it really actually goes to Yahweh, which will shock a lot of. The Bible includes the stories like Japheth's vow, where a person vowed to sacrifice whatever came out of their home first, leading to the sacrifice of his daughter. The story of Abraham and Isaac also involves a demand for sacrifice, which ultimately was averted. But then there are the children's sacrifices, multiple. Jeremiah indicates that Israelites sacrificed their children. And there's multiple. The firstborn of your son shall give to me, potentially a demand by Yahweh that the firstborn children of the Israelites must be sacrificed to him. Yahweh flatly declares that child sacrifice is a thing that I did not command, nor did it arise in my mind. So that's in it's in Jeremiah where it comes back and says, "Who told you that? Who told you to do these things?" Now, show you where it goes. So they got several instances where they sacrifice one time, I think it's 70 children and women, 32 in another one. This is continuously under these titles and names. But do we really know what it means? So when some people say they hear the word ball, they get upset and say, no, that's a curse of God. But then the same people will say big ups to Hannibal because that's why his name is Hannibal. So we don't see the connections all the way from Carthage, which is a Canaanite, Punic is Canaanite, Canaan lands, all of this. See, they have taught us the disconnection. They've taught us it based on religion, that one group of people are evil. So now you can't even see a connection in the time periods of history. How can the Assyrian, the Moabites, and all these people say that they are Shem? If they are all a Shem, they are all cousins. So then all these people, these Phoenicians, these Assyrians, all these people, they black. So who is fighting? Well, we had under Melchizedek all the way to Ethiopia, there was 12 kingdoms. And from these 12 kingdoms, many tribes came out of them. But when we talk about kingdoms, we talk about throne rights. We talk about rights of control and power. It's us. And it's almost like we got amnesia because of religion. I don't know. Did I go too deep? Did y'all understand what I was saying just then? Let me stop right. Let me see if somebody understood what I.
Ready?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
Yes, Russ. Well, the problem is not in the religion; it's in the interpretation. Is accepting the European. It's accepting the European interpretation of these things. This is the problem. It's not the religion in itself, because the religion in itself is a continuance from all the way from the earliest phase of history in Kemet, right the way through the Christian, what they call the Christian period, and to His Majesty. There is a continuous line which is unbroken, coming all of this way. So where the religion becomes in it, where the religion becomes a problem, is that the religion is the biblical stories in the religion are what carry the scientific knowledge. They carry the codex, they carry the code. But where it becomes problematic is that the whole of Western civilization is based on the BC AD fulcrum of time. This is what we're talking about where the Magi followed the star. And the whole of Western civilization is predicated on that moment in time. So everything is measured by it. They say Jesus Christ is so important because time is measured by him. But really, time isn't measured by him. What time is measured by is the fact that at year zero, when the BC AD fulcrum is when the 26,000 year great cycle came to an end, and began again. So this is the idea. So the reason that they were looking for the divine child is because they are aware of the point in time of the 26,000 year zero great year. So where they've associated everything with Jesus Christ being born at that time, and then all of when Western civilization started to analyze Ethiopian history, Egyptian history, and biblical history, time because now they're searching the records. The actual records of Christianity are actually based on the lineages of the Egyptian kings, the Egyptian pharaohs. That's where they've tried to tie it all together. This is where they try to validate the stories in the Bible to that. Well, this only happened in the first half of the 19th century when they deciphered the Shabbat, Rosetta Stone. The Rosetta Stone had the three languages on it. It had Demotic, Greek, and hieroglyphs. So from that language, from deciphering that stone, they were able at that time. We're only talking about 200 years ago. They started to then bring their interpretation of history based on the Egyptian monarchies and then trying to fit the biblical story into it. Well, that's where the problem begins when they try to fit the biblical story in. But if you take the biblical story away and then just concentrate on the mathematics and the science around the birthday of the world, because that's what it is. Year zero, BCAD is the birthday of the world. That's actually what it is. So they're associating this person of Jesus Christ with the birthday of the world. So, like I say, and so the interpretation is the problem. It's not the religion isn't the problem, because the religion is only the carriage of the star knowledge. But the problem is the interpretation, and then the interpretation which we are given is based on textual analysis of the words being used. So then they find scientific correlations. They call it exegesis. They look for the correlation between one piece of text and another piece of text, and this word and that word. They had analyzed the text using this, what they call a scientific paradigm. But really and truly, it's very much speculation, and yeah, that what they're speculating and presuming. It's not factual. But once you turn it into mathematics, it then becomes scientifically factual. So the stories is the problem, the interpretation is the problem, and that is what is called religion. But then the religion, we then have to look at the root of religion and the root of this star knowledge coming out of Africa, out of Ethiopia, into Europe, into the Greco-Roman Empire. And if we're able to examine that transition and how the European Greco-Roman civilization has inherited the knowledge from the Ethiopian, the Kushite civilization. Once we're able to define those, then I think we take the mystery out of the mystery religion, and it becomes scientific. It becomes scientific fact. So, and through that, we'll see that as we're talking about Melchizedek and Balaam and the Star of Ethiopia, that Balaam and the Star of Ethiopia is Kadamawi Haile Selassie, because the star, the name of Ethiopian star, as we've been looking at what Balaam has prophesied, the star out of Jacob and the scepter out of Israel. That is the verse that they're talking about, Numbers 24:17. So where that happens is that the star out of Ethiopia is actually the star, because in 500 BC, the star on the north, the northern pole star, you know, we've got the pole of the Earth. There's
Right.
a star that sits on the top of the pole of the Earth called Polaris. And in the body of, and that looks the same shape like the ads in Ethiopia, in ancient Kemet. There was a thing, a tool they used for the shaping of the opening of the mouth of the king to make the king divine and send him to the stars. Well, that there is called a ads, A-D-Z-E, ads, or adze. Well, that is shaped like the Big Dipper and the Little Dipper. The Big Dipper is the Ursa Major constellation, and the Little Dipper is the Ursa Minor constellation. Well, the Ursa Minor constellation, the handle of the Ursa Minor constellation, the actual star at the end of the handle, is perfectly situated on the top of the North Pole. Well, then in the body of that, which is like a chariot, if you can imagine that star represents a chariot, in the body of that chariot, in the star of the top of the pan, the body of the chariot, is called Kokeb. That's the name of it. So the star that they're looking for, the Star of Bethlehem, and all of this is actually just it's actually that is the myth, because there is no star. If you turn back now, because there are astronomical programs where you can regress the stars back thousands of years, you look around the time of what they call BC AD fulcrum, where Jesus Christ is supposed to have been born. There was no star, but the star is the Kokeb, the Ethiopia Kokeb. Kokeb is the name of the star in the constellation that is sitting on top of the North Pole, and that's going to change very soon. It's going to change at 20,000, 2,590. It will now change to Cephas, the Ethiopian king. But so His Majesty is that star who is connected to the North Pole, because we're round the North Pole, they call it the stars that never set, the non-setting stars, and that where they just rotate they rotate around the pole continually like a second hand, which is the constellation of the Big Dipper, or they call it the Great Bear, or they call it the Great Bear, the Big Dipper, or the Pan. Looks like a big saucepan in the sky. That continually is a non-setting star. It never rises and never sets. They continually rotate around the pole of the earth. Well, that is the throne. That is the throne of God. The ancient people recognized that area around where the stars never set. They called it the Shenu ring, Shenu, Shenu ring. And where they never set, those stars never set, is called the Shenu ring. And the stars which has got the Ethiopian Kokeb is in that constellation, and that is like that point that has got such a lot of function in that star. You know, that is actually, that star points to the lion thigh of Leo and all of this, you know, when you're trying to work out how it works.
Would you
Yes.
say on just if you were dealing with it as an investigation and you were looking at these encodements, and you would say the people were tricked in the time period of the manifestation of the star, but they could not take it away because they someone still needed to control that theory of power. Okay, so would you say that they intentionally gave us the wrong date so we would not see the date that was to come? Would I mean, if you were looking at, someone told you it was uh uh 6 AD or 6 BC, I'm sorry, either way on either side, but then when you study the star knowledge, it doesn't come until the birth of His Imperial Majesty. So Do you think they were intentionally miseducated in understanding that star knowledge and not
No,
understanding it? What do you
no,
feel?
I don't. I think it's a my personal opinion is that they haven't intentionally hidden it. I think that they were not aware of the knowledge themselves. I think that there's been a mistake in actually, as you said earlier, that the Christos is the high priest. Melchizedek is the high priest. So when Christ came, he came as the high priest. He didn't come as a king, because this thing is why you've got the first and second advent, because it's in the house of Horus, in the house of Pisces. It changed from the house of the on the cusp. It changed from the cusp of Aries, which is Amen, the ancient house of Amen. It changes to Aries. That's why it changed from Aries, which is the house of the fisher, the shepherd, the house of the shepherd. Aries, you've got the ram, and then you've got the imagery of the shepherd. Then it goes into the imagery of the fish. Well, the fish is the house of Horus or Pisces. Well, that period in Pisces or Horus, there's an astronomical measurement of 430 years from the cusp until the um from the cusp until the heliacal rising of Sirius, which happens at 139 AD. Well, before that, the 26,000 year 00 degrees, or the 0 BC to AD, that zero period there over the BC AD fulcrum, that there is, they haven't, if you read any of the books where they're looking for the star, they're saying, oh, is it the Venus star? Well, Venus is a star, but really Venus is a planet, right? So, but they've found like correlations between the Venus star, etc. But what they don't actually concentrate on in modern interpretation is actually the stars of Orion, because the stars of Orion, the belt of Orion, the three stars, the belt of Orion that line up with the pyramids in Egypt, are actually called the Three Kings. So this is where the Three Kings comes from. So we have to look not really for the star, we have to look at the position of the constellation of Orion, which is Asar or Sahu. The ancients in Egypt, they call it Sahu, 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 as in Sahala Selassie. Instead of putting U, now it's L. It's Salah, and instead of Sahu. But Sa is the constellation of Orion, where the souls of the departed king dwell. According to the ancients, that's where the soul of the departed king dwells, in the Sahu. Well, where he goes onto the Sahu is through the pyramids, a ritual in the pyramids, the opening of the mouth ceremony. Well, that now is related to the beer. Now, the beer is the bowl in the big pan, the big Ursa Major star constellation, the one that continually goes around the non-setting stars like a second hand that continually goes around the Earth. That is called the beer. The body of that is called the beer, as in the chariot, as in the smaller one in the Ursa Minor. That is the chariot. It symbolizes a chariot. But in the major one, it's called the Ursa Major. That body of that, which is like the pan of the bowl, or the pan of the saucepan, the actual pan of, not the handle of the saucepan, the pan of the saucepan. The the pan of the saucepan is called the beer, and the handle of that uh, pan, the handle coming down from it, where the Sirius star is at the end of it, is called the daughters of the beer, right? So they are called the daughters of the beer. Well, the beer is the funeral coffin. It is the funeral coffin of the deceased king. That is his coffin. That represents his coffin. So it's called the beard. And then the daughters of the beard, there are 3 stars in the handle. They're called the daughters of the beard. And the beard, as we get him in the coffin, is the Lord of the beard, right? Exio. In Ethiopia, the word exio means Lord. And the Lord of the beard is Exia beard. So we're talking about, when we're calling on the name of Exia beard, we're talking about that Pan constellation, that big non-stop constellation, and that is continually going around the Shenu ring. Now, the king of that Shenu ring is not a king. They call him, in the ancient world, he was called the Prince of Tini, the Prince of Peace. This is where the idea of the Messiah being the Prince of Peace comes from, because in ancient Kemet, that person who sat in that chariot, which is the small Ursa Minor, the symbolic star who sits in that chariot is called the Prince of Tini. Now, Tini was in Abydos, which is the watery realm in Upper Egypt, and that is called Tini. And you'll see that they had the kings of Tini as well. Well, Tini is Tinish. In Ethiopia, Tinish means small, and that is the small cycle going around the pole of the earth in the Shenu ring, the Prince of Tini. So all of these things are tied into the star. This is the real star knowledge. So all of the stories are only carriages. So any story that you hear, you just, you can evaluate it into the star knowledge, and you will see that the thing of the Christ being born between BC and AD. I don't know if you know this, but they didn't actually differ in Christianity. They never gave it the definition of BC AD until 527 AD. A brother called Exiguus, right? He was a Greek astronomer priest who worked with a king called Diocletian. There was an emperor, Roman emperor named Diocletian in 500 and about 500 and odd AD, 520 AD. He got Exiguus to do the calculations of this star knowledge, and he then, at that time, 525 years after Christ is supposed to have been born, because it's 525 years after the birthday of the world, he set this thing up where he's got the BC AD, and he also set up the Easter tables. There wasn't any such thing as an Easter table before then when they work out when Easter is going to fall, because it's a Roman adaptation of the Ethiopian star knowledge. So this is, this is just the truth of the matter, So if you're asking me, are they hoodwinking us? Well, yes, they are in the story. The story is the hoodwinking, because the story is what carries the story of the Jesus Christ thing is the foundation of Western civilization. Everything is based upon it. The whole thing, any scientific subject they use, like economics, history, the science of everything they use is based on the fact of that BC AD fulcrum, what they've made their Jesus Christ religion, built it on it. That's the cornerstone of the Jesus Christ, the Roman Jesus Christ religion. But our story comes through from Menelik the First through to Negus. He was 900 and Negus the First. He was 982 to 957 BC. Then it comes from him. It goes straight down a couple of hundred years to Negus Shabaka II. Negus Shabaka II is the one who gave us the Shabaka stone. Well, his descendants is the immediate successor to Negus Sabaka II are the Kandake queens, who are the Nubian queens, and they ruled right away up into the year zero BCAD fulcrum, which wasn't put into place, as I say, until 527 AD by the Romans. So the Ethiopian story comes through Nega Shabaka, the Kandake queens, and there you'll see that the Ethiopian eunuch, according to the Bible, was then who was a minister of the Kandake queens. He became baptized and took the story back, according to the legend, to Ethiopia, right? But really, that is only a how they get validation, bringing that story. That's how they bring the Roman story, giving it its validation. How all of in the same manner as all of the biblical archetypes, as in Moses, as in Abraham, Solomon, they all had Ethiopian wives. They're all linked to the wells and the water of the Ethiopian woman, which is she, because that is and this is again the year zero. This is linked to the Ethiopian woman because it is the birth canal. This is the birth of time. It comes through the Holy Mother of the earth. So that 0 degrees or 0 BCAD, that year zero, is the actual vagina of the earth. That is where time is born through there. Time is born through that. I mean, it's there's so much science that goes around it. I can talk about it like even if we talk about it in degrees, that year zero, because in Babylon's reckoning as well, family, they do not use year zero. That's a fact. They do not use the year zero. When they're calculating their time in their astronomy and everything else, they go from 1 BC to 1 AD. There's no year zero. Well, from 1 BC to 0, and from 0 to 1 AD are 2 years. Well, those 2 years, or 2 degrees, when we're talking about the science of it, actually comes to 2 degrees. It takes, there's in a whole cycle of 26,000 years, there are 360 degrees in a circle. So that 26,000 years divided by 360 gives you 72.2. So 72. So those 2 years from 1 BC. So each degree is 72 years, right? So from 1 BC to 0, and from 0 to 1 AD are 144 years. Now that is the entrance to the earth. That is the wilderness. That is the what they call, if you don't know it, it's called the iniquity of Israel, because that 144 years in a order of magnitude is 144,000 years. Well, 144,000 years is what they say is the number of the 12 tribe of Israel and all that. It's all predicated on that because it is the wilderness. This is why Jesus Christ's birth is put there. I can talk to you a long story about this, even down into the Psalms, because if you read Psalm 72 and Psalm 74, at the end of Psalm 72, it says, "Here the Psalms of David are finished." Anybody ever thought, why would they ever say that when it goes on to number 150, Psalms of David, right? And His Majesty introduced 151 at his coronation. So if they have finished at 72, what's that all about? How is it saying the stars, the prayers of David, the son of Jesse, is finished here? They've ended. What does it mean? Well, the reason is because Psalm 72 represents the 72 years of the 1 degree. You see? From Psalm 72, there's an ending. Well, in the Ethiopian calendar, in Psalm 72, I think it's verse 13, right? It says in the English, it says what do you call it, calendar? In the English Bible, the King James Bible. Let me just pull this up. Let me just pull it up and read it to you. Right, where's Quintus said? My brethren, I had to call my brethren up in Ethiopia today to get this. I had to get this knowledge back because we spoke about it in Ethiopia, and I called him up this morning to send me the translation, because in Psalm 72 in verse 9 in the English one it says they that dwell in the wilderness shall bow before him, right? But in the Amharic version it says it's Befitem Ethiopia Yawin Yes Gidalu, right? And that says Ethiopians shall prostrate themselves before him. You see, this is in Psalm 72. So in Psalm 72, we're seeing that the Ethiopians have been given the knowledge, because it's the Ethiopians it's given to. And then in Psalm 74, verse 9, it says that they've lost the knowledge. It said like what is it? It says that they don't know how long. You know, the prophets, he said, our prophets don't know how long. They've lost the knowledge, you know. So that's in Psalm 74 and verse 9. They say our prophets don't know, the prophets have lost track of time and they don't know how long. It doesn't say that specifically, but that's I'm ad-libbing what it actually says. But then in 13 of that same verse, right, it says that it says Le Ethiopia Sewach Megibachuwen Situ. He says it's given food to the Ethiopian people. Or another translation is give food to the Ethiopian people, right? So this is where, and in the English Bible, it doesn't say that at all. It says that he's given them meat in the wilderness. So the idea of meat, when they're giving you meat, he's giving you knowledge. That's what he's giving you. What the meat represents is knowledge. So he has given this knowledge to the Ethiopian people. So it's only in the Ethiopian translations you're able to see this thing. So to the point of where I'm bringing this Psalm 72 to 74, the Psalm 73 in the middle is year zero, because Psalm 71 is 1 BC. It is an exponential, an exponent of 1 BC is Psalm 72. Then you've got Psalm 73, where they're talking about the people being in chaos and not having any knowledge, not having any foundation. And so that's 73. So that's year zero, because in there they need to learn. And then in Psalm 74, which is now 1 AD, it's an exponent, it's exponential. Psalm 74 is now giving you the exponent of 1 AD. This is called exegesis. Exegesis is tying biblical text together, So this is the point, and this is what being a priest is about, I mean, our priests in the church, they're using textual analysis to teach. Well, and then they're just built, and so they say, oh, this means this means that. Well, unless you examine it yourself, like that exponential, what I'm showing you, the exponential from Psalm 72 to 74, with Psalm 73 being the equivalent of year zero. It's the correlation there between them giving the knowledge to the Ethiopians and giving them food to eat is because they also claim, what it is from 1 BC to 1 AD is a Passover. It's a Passover year zero, how it passes over year zero. Well, then they put that in the knowledge of like the Passover of the Hebrews coming out of the wilderness, because the wilderness is that period of 144,000 years, or 144 degrees, 144,000. And where we can bring it now, just to prove that it is a portal of time, is because if we take now that place being year zero, which would be 12 o'clock on the calendar, or 6 o'clock, right? 6 o'clock and 12 o'clock are, if you imagine the pole of the earth, one at 12 o'clock and one at 6 o'clock, then um, so in terms of time, now, if that is the entrance of time being year zero and it's the womb of the earth, giving birth to time from Mother Earth. Well, at 12 o'clock or year zero, if we say there's 60 minutes in an hour and there's 24 hours in a day, it gives us 1,440 minutes. Again, you see, we're seeing that a microcosm of the 144,000. We've now got 144. We've got 1,440 minutes in a day. So you see, this is the portal of time, and that is called the sexagesimal system of measurement. When they say, oh, this came from Babylon, and it doesn't. It's just common sense. Once you start using these mathematics, it just automatically, it's the magician. This is why they call these people of knowledge magicians, because you're able to use the magic of numbers to actually explain everything. So I hope that that's sort of comprehensively dealt with your question, Russ. Give thanks, Russ. Are you there, Russ?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
Yeah, fireman.
Yes, sir.
Yeah,
Yes,
Brady. No, I was just
yes.
gonna say, give thanks for the whole reasoning, Bridget, everybody. And the fireman, yo, Bridget, that last word sound was good, especially with this Psalm 72. Because when I was doing a Rastafari ministry work upstate New York, I remember sitting in my office and I came across that discovery. And I'm like, wait a second. I wonder if other ones know this. And I spoke to my brethren out west, and he said he knew about that. And I'm like, wait, how come nobody else is talking about this? So I'm very glad to know the I knows and is speaking on this about Psalm 72 with the Ethiopia. The word Ethiopia. I have a Bible where I left it in my car. It's a green Bible, and I had to hold it, brethren. It's from the prison system. And when I was looking at all these different Bibles in my office, and I compare and contrast them, I looked in that Bible and I saw Psalm 72 and it says Ethiopia. But when you look in King James and all these other versions of the Bible, it doesn't say Ethiopia. And then while I was at work 2 days ago, or was it yesterday? I'm in my office and I went to Chat GPT and I typed in Psalm 72 and I typed in the word Ethiopia. Chat GPT, all that stuff is, to me, is racist, brethren. Them setting it up so it doesn't support not our narrative, I and I narrative, the narrative.
Yes,
And I say that
you're
because on
perfectly
Chat
right.
GPT, say it again.
I say you're perfectly right, Russ. Yes.
Yeah, because when I went on Chat GPT, I typed that up, brethren, yesterday or the day before. The same thing, Psalm 72 and the word Ethiopia, just that. And I hit enter and it says, well, it worded it in a way that it's not true, that it's a mistranslation, that it's not supposed to say Ethiopia. So
Yes.
AI is garbage, brethren. I seal up.
Yes. Yes, and I will say, Russ, just to give you some more strength on that, because the Now, when you used to type in now before they did the AI, when you used to type in a question into the Google, it would bring up a text, it would bring up different writings about a thing, but now it's bringing up an AI overview. And when the AI overview is coming in, if you just change a word, take a word out of, ask a question and take one word out of it, it will give you a completely different answer. So that
I
AI
would,
thing is not good at all. I've noticed it this week because I've been doing quite a lot of research this week, and I'm finding that AI
yes,
thing
yes.
it's dominating the search engine,
Well,
and it
I would say this. I would come in and say this, right? We had a study session with the brother from Trinidad, and we had the AI companion, and we were testing it. So we were asking it to give us a certain scripture. The one we were talking about Ham, Shem, and we talking about what they look like. So this was from the Talmud. We came across this problem where when the AI gives you a first answer, if you know what you're looking for, you have to ask it a second time a different way, and probably a third time. So that's what we had to do. And we found out the AI was being blocked because the AI is being programmed. But the AI was being blocked where there was a copyright on the Talmud. So because there was a copyright on it, the AI did not want to give us the information. So we had to ask the AI for the information in another book for that same information, and we got it. And the AI still tried to make it where it was trying to be quote unquote fair to say something about race. So it is programmed for them to have the information to be sealed. It is programmed for them to twist it. But whenever you are using AI, if you do, I would say use one that you're personally working with and keep working at it to make it answer the truth a certain way. So you have to reprogram it with how you speak to it. So that's your essence as that human being to take control of it. But it is programmed to keep the system going how the system is. So it's a little extra work, but it's good work though.
yeah, but
Yes, sir.
Freddie Russ, that's just the Google search I'm using. I'm not
Yeah,
programming
yeah,
anything.
but you still you
I'm
still
just
have
doing
the
a
other
Google.
options. You still have the other options below. So you still have to, it's
Oh,
very
right, yeah,
suggestive. Yeah, it's very suggestive, but you
yeah.
still have to have that
But I'll
zeal
give
to
you an
look
example,
for it.
Russ. I'll give you a great example. In ancient Kemet, there's the bark of a million years. What Ra rides the bark of millions of years, right? So I put in the question, something about the bark of a million years. Did the ancient Egyptians search for the bark of a million years? It come up, no, they didn't search for a bark of a million years, but they don't search for a bark of a million years because they were only concentrating on on their immediate vicinity kind of thing in terms of time, and the bark of a million years would be referring to extreme lengths of time, like obviously millions of years, extreme lengths of time. And they're saying that the Egyptians didn't do that. Well, they did. Why would they have a bark of a million years if they didn't do that? You know. So
Yeah,
that AI
it's
is
it's the
dangerous.
problem. It's a problem to the point where like what we see tonight, well, what I've noticed is that religion and science, like you say, Sifa, anything in the West has something to do with Christianity. So Egyptology is a perfect example. There's this person, whatever his name is, Zahi Hawass, and
Yeah,
he's a
Harvey
person, yeah,
Zawad.
yeah, yeah. So he's a gatekeeper.
Yeah,
So these people have always been doing this for centuries. Now
Yeah,
they
he's
have it.
definitely a gatekeeper.
And he got
yeah,
caught the other day on the Joe Rogan show because, Joe Rogan asked some good questions, and this man just saying, I'm not a scientist, and he said he's a scientist, ignoring all kind of stuff, lying and all kind of different things.
yeah.
But these
I
people
saw
are
it.
gatekeepers to anything that deals with that. So they set up things to tell the AI to tell everybody that, oh no, that's not possible because they couldn't live a millionaires anyway. So, that kind of
Yeah,
foolishness. So
yeah,
yeah, they actively working against this. And even with what I think Minister Laz said before about a lady, she said they don't want the black people to know. They've quoted in different ways, with the Talmud, they say certain things. Some certain entities not supposed to know who they are as the false ones, and if they know, all hell's gonna break loose, and then they'll be ousted. Yeah, that's us. That's what's happening right now.
yeah.
So
But this is
that's
where we
their whole mechanism.
this is our power, though, Russ. Because they
Yes,
can't
sir.
hold it back now. You see?
But that's why that's the funny thing. That's why they have the people in the music industry. Um, polluting our angels. Our angels are the musicians, the people who give us culture. They're polluting
Yeah,
them so that we don't know our power, and they have us, you know, in our lower realms to separate us
yeah,
from our higher self. And they study us and they go to these places to give us things that we find desirable to our mouth but sour to our belly. And
yeah.
that's the whole mechanism. So we doing the good work and we're gonna keep on doing the good work. And we got the protection of the Most High, because we, like you say, this is our power. Yes, sir.
But even as the Honourable Minister Lazarus says, the idea of there being a proto-Hebrew language is false. There is no proto-Hebrew language. It's Canaanite. There is no proto Egypt language. And also, they've even now I read a document on the on Balaam, and they've because they've got him down as a Hebrew prophet, and there's now been a paper written that he's not a Hebrew prophet. He never was a Hebrew prophet because he's before them, right? He prophesied before them, but because because Abraham coming into the picture, if he came in around 17, 1800, say it's late, like 1750 to 1800, he came in the picture. I make it 1770 exactly, but let's say 17 to 1800. Well, Israel wasn't couldn't have been established. Israel couldn't have been established until, according to the script, until after 1300. Well, after 1300, going down to 1200, right? That's when the Israelites are supposed to have left Egypt around 1300. So they've had to have been up to about, say, 1500 for them before they were established, around 1500. Well, 1500 is when Moses expelled the Hyksos. So there's a disconnect there. There's a disconnect with their story, and there's a 300 year disconnect with it. Well, it's 300 years really. The 300 year disconnect with their story. I'm telling you, and it's because that 300 year story actually comes from back down from where they've made this BC AD fulcrum. This is where it all goes wrong, I'm telling you, family. That whole thing there over that BC fulcrum family, because another thing that they don't tell us, they tell us, right, okay, that BC AD, the fulcrum, right, it began at 1 AD, right? Well, the Roman calendar started again. Julius Caesar had a calendrical adjustment in 46 BD, 46 to 45 BC. That is when the Julian calendar was adjusted to actually put it in line with the seasons because of the precession of the equinoxes and measuring by the moon. The time comes out of sync. So Julius Caesar changed it in 46 BC. Well, in 284. So that was so then you've got BC AD, which they defined in 527 AD, right? But that was the calendar that they actually had going on in 527 AD began in 284 AD. So there's nearly 300, what is 300, I think it's 332 years from when they founded the Julian calendar to when they began the Roman calendar. There's a 332-year gap in that space when they're telling us that the BC AD began at 1 AD. Well, I think personally, I've written this in my book, and with some proper scientific evidence that the Bible, what we're knowing, and they're saying what happened in the first century. I'm saying what they've got the writings of Pauline Christianity. Pauline, who carried he carried the story of Jesus to the Romans because he met Jesus on the road to Damascus, etc. I don't think they wrote that until the 4th century, after the Council of Nicaea. I'm not sure of it, but like there's a good probability that it happened, that they started writing the Bible in 300 and the New Testament. I think they started.
Remember, the first terminology that they used for the crystals was with the Serapis, not Christ, not Jesus. They said Serapis. So how did they go from Serapis to Jesus?
Oh, I've got that, Russ, because the Serapis, that was founded by Ptolemy. The Serapis thing was founded by Ptolemy. The worship of the Serapis, which was the Epistle and the Apis Sarah. Where's Sarah coming from? I don't know where the Sarah. I can't remember where the Sarah comes in from. But that began in the Ptolemy time. That is
Sebek, princess. Sarah comes from the Sebek dynasty. You can show
right.
that 12th and 13th dynasty were in Canaan, and that they spread out through the Canaan into Sumer and the Akkadian lands.
Yeah.
So Sarah means princess.
Right.
And you're
Well,
correct, my
Sarah.
brother, because Sair means prince or king.
Right. Yeah.
So if you add the A, it would be given a princess. But yeah, continue.
Yeah. So Serapis, that began in the BC, right? And then after a few hundred years, this is where the Arian doctrine come from. The Arian doctrine became problematic, is because the Arian doctrine was following the Serapis. So this is where the Arius and the Nestorian doctrine, which is they talk about in the Ethiopian Kebra Nagast, this is where that became problematic, because they say up to the time of Constantine, the Ethiopians and the Romans were one in one brotherhood, which is why I think that's false history. They were one brotherhood, because it was them when the Arius doctrine come in, who was coming with the Arian doctrine is to do with the Serapis. So this is how they've carried that same thing through, but it's 300 years after because the Greeks were in power up from 330 BC to roughly around 30 BC, they say, in Kemet. The Greek influence in Kemet was from 330, Alexander the Great, his invasion in 330, down to 30 BC. That's when the Romans took over, allegedly. But it's all I would say that it's all false history, because the timeline is how they're able to ring it, and there's a 300-year discrepancy. I'm telling your family, there's a 300-year discrepancy, and that 300-year discrepancy, the same Ras Lazarus, where we talk about, I've said this to you many times, where we talk about the Moses leaving Egypt around like 1300 down to 1260, them ages there. Well, there's 300 years, like the story of Moses, who you always talk about, there's a 300-year gap from the what they call the Exodus to actually the fact of this getting rid of the Hyksos out of Egypt. There's a 300-year discrepancy there, so it's consistent, and it's around the 8 BC AD, which starts where the story comes of the Council of Nicaea. That is when Christianity was founded. I'm telling you, at the Council of Nicaea. I'm pretty sure of it. I'm quite sure. That's where the story of Helena comes in, finding of the true cross, and then the Ethiopians are believing it, you know? But it's not true, because this finding of the true cross is 1320 BC. That is the heliacal rising of Sirius, where it crosses the ecliptic path of the sun. It's the true cross, where the Sirius star dissects the ecliptic path of the sun in 1320 BC. It is the foundation of all reckoning there, right there. 1320 BC. Sirius A and Sirius B come down to 1320 BC, I tell you. So this is where the Babylon system has got wrong. But I think, you know, this is why I'm working so hard on my book to get it out now, because this is all the information that I've got scientifically, you know, mathematically verifiable, because you can't lie with mathematics. Mathematics either works, it's either right or wrong. You can't say, oh, one means two and two means one, like you can when you're saying, oh, this word means this and this word means that. So you're able to do intellectual gymnastics to give a different interpretation of a scripture. You can't do that with mathematics. It's either right or it's wrong. This is what we're talking about, the code in the Bible. This is what Russ Lazarus is telling us about, the codes in the Bible. This is the knowledge. And once we got the knowledge, they can't trick us. And the knowledge is in mathematics, family. Giving thanks.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. And you know, the week before we touched on one of the ancient um, gods of what they call of Egypt, of Kemet. But this is a very interesting character with titleage that goes everywhere from the potter's wheel, formulating man on the potter's wheel.
Who's that? Numras? Kunum?
Khnum.
Yeah,
All
yeah. Mm-hmm.
the wells, the keepers of the water being at the well. So we know in the biblical stories, all of the women meet or are met by most of the patriarchs at the well. You know, this titleage and these uses of symbolisms are things that these people have taken from us and used, and then kept us away from the history of overstanding what it was really saying. So the wells, I know Ross Cipher, you touched on the wells before and astrology and so forth. If you're looking at my screen, the hieroglyphic symbol often appeared in Khnum's names derived from the word hemp, signifying well or spring. His name can also be connected to a Semitic root meaning sheep. Alternatively, the formation of the name can be interpreted as the beloved. You know, David means the beloved. The connections of the lineages is tied to Miriam, beloved of a God, beloved of men. See the language that repeats itself throughout the histories of time, reflecting the science of our nature. so that we would always have remembrance. But Ross Cipher, on the wells, can you give us some insight on the astrological connections of that terminology, well, with astrology?
In Arabia, there's a brother called Kamal Salibi. He wrote the book The Secrets of the Bible People and something and another one. He's written two books. And he actually went into Arabia and said that all the name places of what they talk about in the Bible, he's gone through the land of Arabia and found them all, you know. Well, in that book, he says that the word Pharaoh means the God of the living streams. And in Arabia, in Yemen, in where Ethiopia is, Seba and Sheba, one on either side of the Red Sea, the God of the living waters or the God of the living springs is called Fari, Fari. Yeah, that's his name, Fari. The God of the living, God of the living waters. And if you read in the Bible, like you just think about it now, in the Psalms, it says, in Psalm, it says, he's founded it upon the seas and established it upon the floods. Who shall stand in the hill of holy Mount Zion? Who shall stand in his holy place? He that has clean hand and pure in heart, hath not lifted up unto the soul unto vanity, nor sworn deceitfully. He shall receive the blessings of the Most High. Kadamari Haile Selassie. For it is I and I, the generation that seek thy face. You know what I mean, Russ? Because, and so what are the wells? What the living wells are, family, are the heliacal rising of Sirius. Those are stations, they're water stations, and they're positioned throughout the year. Like you've got the summer solstice, which is in the mid-June. That is the summer solstice, which is the third week in June, actually, but in the Ethiopian calendar, it's the 15th day of Sene. And then either side of that balance, 3 months either side of that, you've got the equinoxes. Well, the precession of the equinoxes is a specific measurement of time. And but where that came around is that in measuring the years, in doing the balance of the years over the scales, that's 30, because if you imagine now, let's just go back to the beginning of time, and we're going to start reckoning from the summer solstice, the first ever summer solstice. If we measure the first ever summer solstice, then we've got the first 7 days. Well, the first 7 days of the summer solstice, if you read in the Bible, they say in 10 days and in the time of Joshua, and the sun stood still. The sun stood still. Well, where the sun begins, if it begins at the summer solstice, it stands still for 7 days, and then it moves on its journey. It stands at the center of the earth from that hot day, from the hottest day. It stays in that region for 7 days at the top of the earth. And then it starts to move on its journey now to the upper solstice. I'll call that the lower solstice, right? The one in June is the lower solstice, as in being in the middle of the year. It's lower than the solstice at the end of the year, right? Even though it's higher, it's a mirror, right? When you're talking in this science as well, you're talking in mirrors. So even though it's the highest declination for 7 days, it is in the lower part of the year. If we're going to say that the end of the year is, or the upper part of the year is in December, that's when the sun comes to its end of its path. Well, it stands still for 7 days at the beginning of its path, and then when it gets to the end of its path on the 21st of December, it stands still for another 3 days, which is 10 days. And then it goes back on its journey. It starts on the 25th, it rises again. This is why Christmas Day is on the 25th. The sun rises again and it starts going back again to the summer solstice, right? So we've got the winter, what they call the winter, but we don't have winter. Why I use lower and upper is because we don't have winter in Africa. right? That's a European construct. There isn't winter in Africa. There's spring. There's 3 seasons in Africa, not 4, right? So the so the summer solstice is the low. I call it the lower solstice, and I call it the upper solstice. And like even the equinox, what they call the vernal equinox or the spring equinox, I don't use those words because the reason I don't use those words is because in March, which is the lower part of the year, which they call the spring equinox or the vernal equinox in the northern hemisphere, in the southern hemisphere, it's their equinox too. So it's their spring in September in the southern hemisphere. It is the spring. So why are we calling the northern hemisphere spring, and we're calling the spring in Ethiopia? We're calling that autumn. It's not autumn. It's their spring. So I'll call it upper and lower. I don't make that differentiation because the spring is when the plants begin to spring after the rainy season, right? And when you sow the seeds in the spring. So Ethiopian spring is in September. So in the equinoxes, I use lower equinox, upper equinox. In the summer solstice, I use lower solstice and upper solstice. So in the solstices, the movement of the sun, it stands still for 10 days. Why did it stand still for 10 days? Because that is to do with the cycle of the moon, because the sun and the moon work in conjunction with each other. Well, the solar cycle is 10 days longer than the lunar cycle. So to bring harmony, to bring able to bring an eclipse of the sun and the moon, there must be a standstill of 10 days. So that is the reason that we use that. So if we now, I just wanted to bring that clear. So if we now go, so we're going to start, let's start reckoning all over again. We're at the beginning of creation, right? The summer solstice is the beginning of the year. Well, the first week is the first 7 days. The first month will be the 15th of July. If we're going to say that was the 15th, not July, 15th of Hamli, 15th of Sene, the Ethiopian month Sene, the 15th day of Sene is the summer solstice. So the first month of ever reckoning will be the 15th of Hamli, which is July, right? Which is the 15th of Hamli, which is the 15th of Hamli will be the 22nd of July, right? So the first day after the first month is the 16th, right? The first day after the first month, where we're stepping into time, is the 16th of Hamli. The 16th of Hamli is His Majesty's Ourstory, right? This is why His Majesty is this divine majesty, because he's called in, he's the new creation, and the new creation begins with the summer solstice. And then, so the first month after the summer solstice and the first day is His Majesty's Ourstory. The first year after the summer solstice, so that first year or the first 12 months we're going in isn't a year, is it? Because when you're born, you're never one until you've lived a year, right? You're not one until you've lived a year. So the first year of so there's a year zero, there's a month zero, there's a day zero, there's a week zero, which is the first 7 days of the solstice. There's a month zero, which is the first month up to His Majesty's Ourstory. And then there's the first year, which takes us round to the following, solstice. But there are, according to the Ethiopian, there's 12 months of 30 days. So that's 360 days. So when you count 360 days, 6 days before the solstice, there will be a period, which is what is Pagamy, the 13th month in Ethiopia, which is in the equinoxes. The 13th month in September is the equinox month. But if we before it was ever done there, it was built in the solstice, right? But it was built from the solstice. But like I said, the first year one began, or the first month began on His Majesty's Ourstory. So that becomes the beginning of the year, right? So the Pagamy, the 5 days, Pagamy, what we call Pagamy in Ethiopia, but it's actually called Nasi. Now, Nasi was the place of the birth of the gods. In ancient Kemet, Nasi, the 5 days of these 5 days, the difference of the 5 to 6 days of the calendar, from the 360 years to the actual solar length of the year, there's a 6-day discrepancy, 5 and 6 days discrepancy. So that 5 and 6 day discrepancy, or shortfall, we should call it, is called Nasi. That is when the gods was born. That is when Osiris, Nephthys, Set, and Sera were born. Right? Nephthys, Isis, Osiris, and Horus, they were all born in that. That's the birth of the ancient gods. So those 5 days surround His Majesty's Ourstory. And how it is actually governed, where they actually know what day is actually the day when the new year begins, is when the River Nile floods. Because when the heliacal rising of Sirius occurs in July, on His Majesty's, or within a day or two of His Majesty's birthday, once that heliacal rising of Sirius has happened, the River Nile floods her banks and then irrigates the land. Well, this is the idea of the well. This is where we're getting the well from. This is where the water flows. This is the mother nature giving birth through the River Nile, through Lake Tana in Ethiopia. That's why you read in there, in the book that you read there from Russ Lazarus earlier on, the something Jan, the book Jan. I can't remember what it's first called, but the book of Jan there. They said that it began in Lake Tana. Well, that is where the water starts to flow from, and then it goes down into Elephantine Island. And Elephantine Island, it meets the Blue Nile. The White Nile and the Blue Nile meet together. And in there, they have a Nile, and they meet in an island which is called, they call it Elephantine, but the name actually was called Yebu. Yebu. And Yebu, they had in Yebu Island is where they have the Nilometer. They would know from there how high the water is in there, the kind of flood, how much abundance they're going to have in their springtime, for to water the earth. And where the two River Nile confluences come into that island, they call it the breast of Mother Earth. This is the idea of, you see the child suckling the breast of the mother. That's the iconography of this effect that goes on in the River Nile, because where the two rivers come in there is the breast of the mother. They are the breasts of Mother Earth, and then the god of God Happy from the Nile. The god Happy, the god of the River Nile, he suckles on the breasts of the Holy Mother, who is giving birth to the earth. So this is where the whole symbolism of why you're seeing the women and the wells. This is why in all the Bible, when you see that they meet the women at the wells, is because it is to do with the heliacal rising of Sirius. When that occurs, the water comes forth into the earth and gives birth, and then feeds the mountains and feeds is the symbolism of it. So this is the idea. This is the essence of the wells, you know, and each one is, and so I've given this to Ras Lazarus, you know, I've given him that, like I've actually made up a table I call it the table of Sirius water stations, because the water stations is when all of these things occur, and it happens, and in the 26,000 years, you know, you can work out when they fell, and you can go around like in increments of 1460, because it happens every 1460 years. It wherever it moves in the precession cycle, in 1460 years, it will always come back and begin on His Majesty's birthday, or within a day or two of His Majesty's birthday. But how they actually know what is the actual date is because the River Nile will flood on that day. You know, once the River Nile, once they see the heliacal rising of Sirius, and what it is as well, this is again ties back to what I was saying to you about Psalm 72, right? Because the Sirius star from May, it goes missing for 70 to 72 days. And then when it appears again at the heliacal rising of Sirius, when it crosses the ecliptic path of the sun, that is when the River Nile will flood. You see, so that again, that period of 70 to 72 years is the time that the Sirius star goes missing. And the only reason it goes missing is because it is actually above in the daylight. It can't be seen. And it's only when it comes back to the dawn of the morning now, on that particular day, which is around His Majesty's Ourstory, when it comes back to that particular day, that is when the River Nile will flood. So that story, what I was showing the item about the Psalm 72, even though it's specifically on 72, it's actually from 70 to 72, because the star goes missing for between 70 and 72 days, but it will appear within 70 or 72 days on His Majesty's birthday every 1460 years. But it happens every year. Because of the precession of the equinoxes, it drifts. So if you know, it will drift. It will go up to, you know, it might happen on the it will happen on a different time. You know, it will happen maybe on the 2nd of August or something like that at a particular time. But every 1460 years, it will come back to the point of His Majesty's birthday, and this is where you come in and find the finding of the true cross, and His Majesty using the chebu. The chebu is the igniter. He uses it to light the fire of the finding of the true cross, because the finding of the true cross is the astronomical event, and His Majesty is the chebu. He's the igniter, like the generator. He's the spark of life. His birth is the spark of life that makes the whole of creation work. You know, the whole of the cycles of creation are all centered on that time. And this is where you read in Ezekiel, you're talking about the wheel within the wheel. The wheel within the wheel is the small wheel of time of the 1460 year cycle running the 26,000 year cycle. And if you know anything about engineering and cars, if anybody here knows about it, you'll know that on the back wheels of a car, there's a differential. The differential is what keeps the wheels running. It makes, when you're going around a corner, it will take the power off of one wheel and put it on the other, you know, depending on which way you're going around a bend. Right? Well, that is driven by a differential. The differential has got a thing called a crown wheel. It's a big wheel, but each shaft coming into the crown wheel from the wheels, there's a shaft coming into the crown wheel. It's got a little wheel on it, and each of those wheels are called a dog wheel. It's a dog, you know, it's a dog wheel. They call it a dog. So the dog from the wheel, from each wheel, they machinate with the crown wheel. Well, This is exactly what Ezekiel is talking about. He's talking about the wheel within the wheel. And what do they call the star? The Sirius star is also called, I don't know if the item ever know, it's called the dog star because it, and this is an ancient name, the dog star, and because it drives, it's the spark, it's the chibu, it's the igniter, it's the small wheel that drives the big wheel, like in a watch. When you wind up your watch in the old time, you used to wind up your watch. You're winding up a small wheel to turn the big wheel to turn it on a spring, but then then it will keep springing backwards and forwards and giving you time. So it's exactly that. This is the science behind it's the world clock. It's a clock, and the time is defined by the world clock, and how these different cycles, different length cycles interact with each other at different places, and where they interlocked or machinate or where they come together is where they have religious festivals. Where these things come together is the times where they have religious festivals like Timcat, like the finding of the true cross. They are specific times when these cycles come together. Yes, family, I'll leave it there.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Always fulfilling. Always fulfilling. We've been missing you. We've been waiting on you to come give us the star knowledge. We didn't. We know you've been, dealing with the eye thing and so forth. But we sure appreciate you giving us your energy tonight. It's always a divine pleasure because you bring us into that completion of that knowledge uh, that we're dealing with when we start touching this star knowledge. Um, so to close it out, um, we're allowed to come back to the question. I was going to touch on something because there is a topic because Ross Cipher um, hit some components, and then when we deal with certain time periods and so forth, um, it brings questions that we're not the first people to sit and go dwelling in those questions. And I was going to try to see if I could pull it right back up real fast, but I might have gone too far from it. I think I went too far from it. Yeah, I went too far from it. So I was going to enter the question with Ross Cipher on, we look at these contents of history and the dates and the time periods of things, they're not adding up for us. They're not coming to a completion. But then when we take certain African Kushite traditions and certain other aspects, and the things start to add up. And one of the components that we always touch, and I'm just going to touch it real fast, is that the secret name of Jesus. Now you have to listen what I'm saying now. Okay? I need y'all to really listen what I'm saying. The Moors have a component where in the teachings there are asked the question, what is the secret name of Jesus? And it says only the angels know the secret name of Jesus. The angels. We just hit a word called El, and it's a Canaanite word. And this is where you get Elohims from. And the Elohims lead you to angels or anglos or theos, spirits of God. So in ancient days, they called our ancestors the gods on earth. They called our ancestors the gods on earth. And even Melchizedek dealt with El Elyon. And so we get to the trickery of language and time periods. And so they say, what is the secret name of Jesus? And I'm here to tell you that you're looking at it. Amenhotep the first. Now, what happens is I said the secret name of Jesus. Now, how you define Jesus, how you box Jesus in, may limit your understanding of what I'm saying. When we use the cipher of Joseph, supposedly the Nagar, the carpenter, the father, Jesus, Mary, and we use the Quran chronology, and we always go through it, that the Quran tells you that Mary, the mother of Isa, of Jesus, Isa, Isaiah, Mary, the mother of Isa, Jesus, is the daughter of Amram. And we always stress to you that that places Mary and Jesus in the time of Moses. So if we're talking about star knowledge that our ancestors had, and this star knowledge was something that was used to always mark the birth of the king, the birth of the royal lineage, the birthing of change. Then in our ancestral history, there will be multiple times of this birth throughout time, because this star precision doesn't happen one time. So when we say that the Magi's were traveling based on this star, when we say now we're looking at star knowledge at the next level, and it takes us into this helica, it takes us into the rise of Sothis, takes us into the Orion belt, takes us into the seven sisters, takes us into the seven Hathors, it takes us into Sirius, it takes us into the mighty hunter, Nimrod, Orion. And we know that Nimrod, Ethiopian, travels to Acadia, Akkadian. And we're talking about star knowledge. So when we look at the trajectory that some of the characters that fall into the scripture, they don't add up the right way unless you track them through a different name and understand them on certain other aspects. But when we get to the story of Mary being the daughter of Amram, and it places Mary in the time of Moses, but there is no Moses, and we just track that. That takes us to Ahmoses of the 18th dynasty. And Ahmoses' wife, his name is Miriamun, Nefertari, beloved of Amun, the Miriam, the beloved. Who are the beloved? Who are the really beloved? And her son and her are deified in those times. The masons, the master builders of the temple, honor Amenhotep the first, the mother and child. The mother and child. The 18th dynasty. The 18th letter of the English alphabet is R for ruler, a measurements. So the 18th dynasty, a key to our measurements, which is the 18 missing years of Jesus. Remember, Jesus is 12 years old. He disappears and doesn't return to 30 years old, where he does the baptism. Where does he go from 12 to 8 to 30? For 18 years, where is he? He's traveling to the temples being initiated. But this is a cipher. Is this a story of a man? Because now we're saying that Amenhotep is the name. So what are we saying? See, because now you got to travel through time to meet that same Heliod period again as a birthing of a king. And Ras Cipher already said it came again under his imperial majesty. But somebody tricked us with dates. And they put it on 6 BC. They took us out of the precision of star knowledge. They gave us a story of 3 wise men following the birth of a child under the star knowledge. But here comes the Quran and the Bible saying exactly when the Helic period was. Mary, the mother of Isa, is in the time of Amram. But we would think that that's just something that's being said. Oh, chronology, Quran, correction of time, codes right before our face. So here is the story of Amenhotep, who does the traveling through the lands and conquering the lands back. But we call those same wars that he did, we put the name of that under Joshua, which in Hebrew is Yahshua. So Amenhotep represents Yahshua, but AKA Joshua. So now we're talking about a continuation of Star Kings. All the way, even though the Pope and the fake Jews thought they grabbed the story and pulled the birthrights to them, here goes the star process still rising in Ethiopia. and fulfilling still the essence of the biblical prophecies that they couldn't stop. And then in the end, to fulfill it to the next level, this king comes and he declares his kingdom. The order of Melchizedek. Ethiopia. And he has made us kings and priests unto our God. And we today declare ourselves Ethiopians, king priests. And he has returned us to be kings and priests unto our gods. The God within you. You are the keeper of the doorway, the two pillars. And his majesty has returned you to that. And today you bear the name Ethiopian, Ethiopia, a son of Melchizedek, a daughter of Melchizedek, rightful keepers of the kingly priestly order, keepers of the doorway. Amashe. Amashe.
And I'd just like to crown that, Russ, give thanks that there's 18 heliacal risings of Sirius in 26,000 years.
The 18,
it's linked with Christ, you see?
1826, the numbers we started and we began with, a complete ceiling in mathematics. Alia, Selassie, give.
And also, Russ, last word, 26 is 8, and 8 is the number of infinity, you know? Yes, sir.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Give thanks. Back to you, Chip. Yes, sir. Ross, give me in. Well, while he's coming in, I will show something. I did want to include it. I didn't get to it. And in honor of our master teacher brother, who opened up a lot of people to change their mind.
God had different components, and when you put them together like a puzzle, it represented the one God and the God one. Wow. Check. And at this particular time, I think everybody here should be adult enough to know there's I don't care what religion you talk about, there's no God different than the other God. It's all talking about the same gods. Check. All right then. Okay, let's deal with this. Ol, Ashe, Sanu, Ashe, Borg, Ashe, Ma, Ashe. Okay. D forward. Ashe, Alahim Senior, Ashe. Have in you. It's just that he is the Christ figure and the example to be. Well, if you're the heir and that's your father, which has a mother, we'll get into that later. It ain't just the father. If you are the heirs, that means that you are the direct descendants of the royal bloodline of your father, as above, so below. And if you are heirs, you are joint heirs with the Christ, which means that the Christ didn't have nothing in him or nothing about him that you didn't have in you. It's just that he is the Christ figure and the example to be like. That's when he says, be ye perfect as I am. Now, there can't be two perfects. Perfect means perfect. And perfect means an exact duplication from what he is. Well, if you are lesser than Jesus Christ, which is just one of the Christ, they used to pump out Christ every day in the ancient world. Christ was not just one person. If if you were supposed to be perfect like Jesus Christ, that means that you have the science to be duplicate of what he is. You see what I'm saying? This is the whole deal on everything we're dealing with now is becoming gods. You see? He said, just as I have done great works, greater works ye shall do. Right? Now, the other chapter is, there's another one, Psalms chapter 8, verse 3 to 6. And for some people, I don't know how many people found this Moroni. I think it's in some of the other biblical texts because you know the King James Version ain't the only Bible. So there's several, I think this is in one of the lost books, Moroni chapter 10, verse 4 to 5, if you can find it. So now, that's the key on what's going down. Becoming gods. Now, like I said before, I talk on what is called esoteric teachings of the occult, which only mean that which is hidden. Hidden from you for the last 140 years or 180 years since the cracker translated hieroglyphics of Medunetta. You see? So now don't compare me with the rest of the people because those are historians. And they are actually, even though they're saying that's our story, that's actually his story. Because our story goes back millions of years. And you don't have none of them accounting for that. But now we have uncovered the actual stuff that just throws all chronology that you have been teaching, be ASCAC or whatever. It throws that out the door when the doggone Sphinx that sit in the middle of the earth is now 80,000 years old. Now, if the Sphinx is 80,000 years old, somebody had to build it, and it wasn't no doggone ape man. Now, there ain't no text out here to say that you come from apes, but yet Asa Hilliard, yet Charles Finch, and also Ivan Van Sertima say you came from ape people. Check. That's nothing but a family of different types of apes that was on the world, but you live concurrently with them, as well as the dinosaurs or whatever. You see, there's different accounts of these particular things all around the world. You predate all that because you came straight from the Godhead on where all sacred texts say you came from. Mainly the star system Sirius. The ones that will be coming back soon and going to be coming back right up out of you to kill this cracker. Straight up. Now for the people that's still thinking that everybody, remember, people keep saying, well listen, verify your text on where you say the white man is the devil. Right? Or what we would call a biological mutation. Well, hell, you can look at him and tell you a biological mutation. See what I'm saying? No developmental, no lip, no behind, none of that. Now, but for all you scholars out here, now you can challenge me on this because I put out a book and I had so much documents coming from the ancient world on where the white man was the doggone biological mutation that I had to stop printing this stuff. It started coming so much. Now, in scholar, I want to get on this white man thing first. You see, we got to lock you into this thing. You see. Now, in scholarship, you have theory until you have the archaeological or anthropological evidence to prove that the theory is either right or wrong. Right? Now, the archaeological and anthropological evidence is at the temple of Seti I in Egypt and at the tomb of Biblium El Manuk, which is the tomb of Ramesses V, where on the temple walls they tell you that the white boy, which was the Tamahu, Tama which means created and Hu which means white, which is the lighter part of another Hu that means black, but Tamahu which means the created white people. It goes at the bottom of the temple and says what? That the Nessi, which is an ancient black man, and the Ruti, which is an ancient black man, created the Tamahu. You see? Now, that particular temple of Seti I was a whole complete temple in the late 1800s. And they never show any pictures of that particular temple. By the time we got another temple of that particular temple, we got another picture in 1989. They had completely torn down the temple and removed the bas-reliefs. But you can find the actual information on that in Diop's book, African Origins of Civilization, Myth and Reality. Go and look in the particular part about the Tamahu. Just look in the index and read up on the Tamahu. Also, you can find the passage that I just quoted from you in Gerald Massey's book, Book of the Beginning, Volume 1, page 27. There are pictures in Dr. Ben's book from Giza to Abu Simbel where they show you the Temple of Seti I. I have pictures of the Temple of Seti I with these bas-reliefs came out of, and I have the actual pictures, and there's two different It's two different temples from the late 1800s to the late 1800s to 1989 when they showed the new pictures. They completely tore it down and built it back again. Now, he's a biological mutation. We have so much evidence on that that we don't have to get into the white boy being a biological mutation. We can just act on the man's actions alone. You see, now, I guess this is a town meeting. Let's get to some hard copy first. What we call the Afrocentric hard copy. Check. All right. Now, they said they had reported trucks going upstate, going up to Bill 79. The House of Representatives Bill 79, they have a special task force. And that particular special task force hit the projects in Chicago and the whole South Side, so many mile radius, and they started locking down people, and they locked down the whole projects. And they found out they was checking ID cards. And if you didn't live in that area, let's say you were just visiting your cousin, you got locked up. And that is the federal law that they can confiscate your home and put it up for market. Now, you know about the House of Representatives 666 bill. HP 666, which they're going to, I think they already got it in. They're supposed to voted on it about a week ago. Where they can come in and break in your house without a search warrant. Huh? They voted it out 17 minutes. So that mean they didn't vote for it? They voted it in. Okay, they voted it in. So that means they voted it in. The HP 666 bill that is under, the person who was lobbying this was the same person named Bill Pullman. No, let me get this right name. Bill Coleman. Bill Coleman, who was, in actuality, the same person who wrote the new crime bill. You see? He wrote the new crime bill, and that particular person that voted this particular thing in, so now they can break in your house. Well, hell, they was breaking in Negroes' houses anyway without a doggone search warrant. So now what you can think they're doing when it's legal. Right? Now that leads us to the Freaknik. Because the Freaknik, because we just was riding down and we heard a brother on the radio, he was telling about all the zones and stuff on the radio, but he was doing all this joking and stuff. You see, even though he was doing all this comedy stuff, so you can't, when you for warfare, you can't be doing joking, because even though the brother was serious bringing this information, the people take it light when you joking about these things. So, you know, he started using the comedian style to say this stuff, and the whole deal was, even though he was serious, there's a certain time you got to cut out bull jive. It's time to roll. You see? Now, that particular, he said that they got all this stuff locked down. Now, we do know now, based on Steve Coakley that came, 2 weeks ago, that said that the Negro Boule, which everybody should know your Negro Boule, them your Negroes, that's the advisors to the king, what's that, Sigma Pi Phi Fraternity Incorporated, and I thought I brought the Boule list with me, the one for Atlanta. But if not, I'll give it to Sister Afriquita. She'll get it on the radio. And I don't think I brought it with me, but anyway, he went to the Boule convention last summer, and Vernon Jordan, who was the keynote speaker, was saying in his keynote speech that they're supposed to stop the Freaknik. So everybody thinking it's Bill Campbell. Now everybody thinking that Vernon Jordan and the Boule, and the Negro Boule, only thing they do is carry out the wishes of the white man. So if you know Vernon Jordan is who? The right-hand man to doggone Bill Clinton. You know, every time Bill Clinton on the boat, he got to take a token nigger with him, and the next thing he on the boat smiling too. So he's the right-hand man, and which is actually a tragedy, because he grew up right there in the Fair Street bottom. Now here's a brother grew up in the projects, you see, and loved the white man worse than the white man, better than the white man loves himself. See what I'm saying? So we know if he was the one that was going to the Boule to set the standard of what they was going to tell the mayor in Atlanta to stop the Freaknik, we know that the actual Freaknik came down, the orders came down from the White House. Now, why did the orders come down from the White House? Because for those particular people that have heard my shows, we talk about the African tribe, the Dogon, in Africa, that did this sacred dance, and that particular sacred dance that they do is supposed to get you out of your mess that you in. Everybody was waiting for this sacred dance. Well, the same time that they was doing the sacred dance in Africa, on April the 23rd, 1994, the black people was partying down. The Spirit made sure that the black people was partying down in Atlanta because that's the western and the eastern horizon. So it scared the devil out the doggone white boy, and the white boy had to stop this thing. But they're using it now to lock down black people. The first thing they're going to do is they're going to do the first rush on the Freaknik. Because they're going to let you know, despite all your doggone education and you think the white man love you, that they're going to crack your doggone college students and your children in the head to let you know that this cracker saying we don't give a damn, a nigger is a nigger is a nigger is a nigger. And you better start learning this stuff right now. If you think that cracker love you, you understand what I'm saying? Okay now, just remember, he already did it before, so many thousands of times. So now, let's deal with some other things. First of all, I want to say a few things that's going down that you didn't understand. Back in 1991, the Atlanta Braves. Now, first of all, let me say this.
Now, let me go here with this Star Sirius, because I did want to touch this in another aspect as well. The Hopi Indians, and I forgot about that. And I wanted to touch that with, and the Hopi Indians have what they call a prophecy with the Star Sirius as well. The Hopi prophecy, the Star Sirius, also known as the Blue Star, the Kachina, signifies coming of the fifth world, a period of purification and renewal. This prophecy suggests that the appearance of Sirius in the heavens will herald the beginning of a new era, potentially marking the end of the current world and the emergence of a new one. So this was a blue star prophecy. The blue star prophecy. Now let's watch what this does here. Oh.
He pointed out to me one night two little stars in the southeastern skies, a blue one and a red one. He said, it's been 50,000 years since we have seen these two stars. He said, and when they go way out of the skies from our sight this time, it'll be 50,000 years before they reappear. Every time they reappear, there will be a universal change. See?
I don't know, can y'all hear that one?
The white man recognized these things.
Quite low.
Yeah, it's not very loud, Russ.
Yeah, I'm gonna try this one, see if this one goes.
Do you know the Honorable Elijah Muhammad taught us that Master Fard Muhammad taught him that once every 50,000 years, two stars appear in the southeastern sky, a blue and a red star. That blue and that red star is now present. It signals the coming of a universal change. This world that we have lived in, are living in, and soon will live in no more, has to go. And a divine change is on its way in. So when you're martyred to send an old world out, your life is lost to bring in a universal change of worlds. Now, the Honorable Elijah Muhammad taught us that 30% of the righteous 8,400 years ago, 30% of the population was dissatisfied. And whenever you have dissatisfaction, it produces a leader that brings about a change. The dissatisfaction on our earth today is 100%. Everywhere you walk, everywhere you look, the people are dissatisfied. So when you have 100% dissatisfaction, then there must be 100% change. So those who are a part of this world, if you bow down and become a part of what God makes new, this is the end of your time to rule, the end of your time of leadership, the end of your time of life on this planet that was made by Allah for the righteous. There's a burden that the earth is carrying that the earth must be relieved of. And what is that burden? Everything that is on the earth came out from the earth. So the earth is not burdened by what comes out from it, but the earth is burdened by the wicked living on a planet that was made for the righteous. And so the burden is now being shaken. The burden feels something coming because they're being overthrown. You can't live in a world made by God on the basis of truth, living your life on the basis of a lie. So today, in this garden, in this place, at this time, there's a message that God wants me to deliver. Do you know the Honorable Elijah Muhammad taught us that Master Fard Muhammad taught him that once every 50
Are you there, Russ? I've lost
Yes,
the
sir.
sound.
Yes, I changed it to back to the blue Kachina, the blue star Kachina, which is the Hopi prophecy of a day of purification. You know, we hear them say that humanity is dwelling in the fourth world. The fourth world. Well, that is also written in our teachings left in India. And in the Hindu cosmology, the Kali Yuga, is the fourth and current age of the cyclic time cycle, marked by a decline in Dharma, increased suffering, and a focus on materialism. See, this is the fourth realm or the fourth world. It is believed to be a period of spiritual degradation where human lifespans are shorter and the world is characterized by greed, corruption, and conflict. The Kali Yuga is also thought to be the era preceding the next cycle, Krita Yuga, also known as the Sati Yuga, when the Dharma is renewed and a new cycle begins. It's not going to give me a full study because it's might give it to me, yeah. So, next time we'll use a book, which is our brother, Ancient Futures, Wayne B. Chandler, and we'll use some of his videos and we'll hit this Kali Yuga and also the fourth and the blue star constructs. So just be prepared next week. I think he got a free download. But send it in for people to look at. But yes, Wayne B. Chandler, Ancient Futures, one of the best books there is. Definitely something worth reading. He put a lot of work in it. It is an amazing read. That's all I can tell you. We used it in many of the classes to go through certain science. He touches a lot of the science, a lot of the things that we're going to start going through. So yeah, we'll definitely use this book as we go through, because we hit the star knowledge, we hit Balaam. As we get to the next stage, we'll also show Balaam in North America. We'll show some of the other things that connected from the leopard print, king priest and priest, and so forth. But this is just a dissertation by him. But I was trying to see if he had but definitely if you get a chance, order this book, read it, order it. It's definitely something that's worth your money. I can guarantee you that you will not be disappointed in ordering this book, Ancient Futures. Very good read. Give thanks.
What's the book, Russ? Did you show it there?
Yes, I did show it.
Oh, sorry, I was typing something, so I missed it.
Ancient Futures, Wayne B.
Okay. Yeah. Okay, let me just write that down.
Yes, sir. Yes. Yes, sir. Screenshot it, whatever you could do. Hold it tomorrow. Look it up.
What's the name, Russ? What's the name of the thing? The author? Wayne B. Chandler. Okay, thanks.
Yes, yes.
Yeah, got it. Thanks.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Ross Kimmy.
Swiftly gather, our children are gathered to thee. With our red, gold, and green floating o'er us, and our emperor to shield us from wrong. With our hope and our future before us, we hail and we chant and we sing. God bless our needless high, who keeps Ethiopia free. To advance with truth and right. To advance with love and light. With righteousness leading, we hail to our God and our King. Humanity meeting, one God for us all.
So in closing, Jamusa, would you like to give us a closing prayer? If you're able.
Hill. Okay, I heard you.
Yes, sir.
Our Father, which art in heaven, hallowed be thy name. Thy kingdom come, thy will be done on this earth as it is in Zion. Give us this day our daily bread, as we forgive them who trespass against us, and lead us not into temptation, but deliver us from evil. For thine is the kingdom, the power, and the glory forever and ever. Selah.
Selah.
Rastafari.
Give thanks for the tolerance, and thank you again for riding out this long hour for the very divine reasoning. Thank you again, Ra Cipher, for always reasoning with us. We have to take a night and allow you to promote your book, for the knowledge that you give is of great value, and it brings us into remembrance of our divine truth. Aye, Selassie. Give thanks. Aye.
Give thanks, Honorable. Give thanks.
Hail the eye.
Yes, sir.